させて限られたこの時を月夜に混ざり合うと息を二人だけが知る日々動き出す窓の外眺めて遠くで揺れる光同じ先見つめ、yeah、 心はもうきっと気づいてる君じゃなきゃ意味ないありきたりかな口ずさむラブソング唇に Your eyes tell me everything I need Your smile笑い合えたら宝物だね約束なんて時代遅れと笑うけど僕ららしくていい離さないと誓うよ先読みなんてもう終わりにして僕の手を握って少し切ないそれもまた無勢な胸味 Your eyes tell me everything I need Your smile笑い合えたら宝物だね雨上がりたどってこればかりを持って頭の中に響く声見えすいた嘘で似たようなセリフ並べてばかりねからくりなんて甘いだってきっと行く末は同じ素直になんて求めてないって嘘が消えた綺麗にもGoodbye伝えてよ Goodbye
delicious. Medusa, epasos, ashalalala, susus. Me never ecobubus. I love it when you couscous. Aphrodite, Ventisca, Oceanusus, Hera, Hermes, Icarus, Narcissus, Medusa, epasos, ashalalala, susus. Me never ecobubus. I love it when you couscous. Aphrodite, Ventiscus, Hera, Hermes, Icarus, I love Aphrodite, Ventiscus, Hera, Hermes, Icarus, I love it when you couscous. Love it when you couscous. Love it when you couscous. Couscous, couscous.
瞳をそっと拭い憎らしい気持ちにそっとさよならこのままではいても立ってもいられない受け止めてありのままSay a prayer for me. どうか
Well, good morning, Siege fans. It is Super Sunday for APL as we close out the group stage. Playoffs beginning very much in the next couple of days, guys, to kick things off at the busy end of the season. But the group stage still to be concluded. And certainly for OCE, there's quite a bit to get through today for our three matches where we've got the battle to avoid 7th. Ludovica looking to lock in regional finals. If they can get a win today, that has probably gone under the radar a little bit. They take on Men LFO. Chiefs, of course, have the bye, so they can't do anything to change their fate now regarding regional finals. They have confirmed for playoffs, and of course, a win for Ludovica goes a long way in getting them a top 2 spot as well. So quite a bit to get through. EP a win, and they get the number 1 seed too.
Yeah, I think you've summarized it pretty well. I don't know what more I'm at that, Jake. Yeah, there's a lot of exciting scenes on offer this morning. I think personally, I'm oddly enough probably most excited for that 7th battle. I know the big talking point heading into this particular stage was that it might fizzle out a little bit, and we'd have maybe a lack of battle for that bottom spot. But obviously that has not been the case, and it's quite literally going to come down to that final match for these respective teams, the second for this particular broadcast. And for TSG and Dream Warriors, they've had certainly their ups and downs throughout this stage, hence they're in this current position. I'd still say they've been relatively competitive, especially in comparison to the mid-table teams, and we'll see how they can go this afternoon. Of course, yeah, pretty much the winner of that game will qualify for playoffs, and we'll see where they can go from there.
A little confusion here. Chiefs are on 15 points. You do technically get 3 points for a bye, but hasn't been added in yet. As I guess technically today is their bye. That'll get added at the end of the day. So they're on 15 points in theory. Ludovica on the 14 points. So there's the 1 point separating the two teams currently. Ludovica, of course, taking on Men LFO, which will, funnily enough, be our first matchup. So you get a bit more of a idea there. Not really much to gain for Men LFO. They can't really progress too much further up the bracket. You can maybe leapfrog Outlast for the win. They're already locked into the top 6, so they cannot finish in 7th. The only two teams that can finish in those positions, TSG or Dream Warriors, which, as you can clearly see here, are at 1 point separating those two. So essentially, though, it's win and you're in. Even if it's an overtime win, then you've got the head-to-head. So if Dream Warriors were to win in overtime, yes, they would be both on 8 points, but in theory, then Dream Warriors would still have the head-to-head. So win and you're in situation. In terms of our schedule for today as well, as I said, we've only got the 3 games as per usual for the group stage for OCE, but yeah, Ludovica, Men LFO coming first up, TSG, Dream Warriors, then the second, and to close, it will be Outlast and Enterprise, where, yeah, that's a very similar situation to yesterday, guys, where we kind of closed on Enterprise against TSG and they won 7-0 inside 25 minutes, which was one way to kind of close things out. And I can't imagine it'll be too much different probably as well. Enterprise building some really nice form going into the playoffs. So, yeah, we get our first 2 real games out of the way, and then a bit of a dead rubber to close.
Yeah, again, it's pretty much just a bit of a launching pad for EP and continuing their run of form and just building a little bit more confidence heading into playoffs. The stakes of that match are relatively minuscule. Of course, it will have the flow-on effect depending on other results as to how that bracket, I suppose, for OCE will shape up, and that may be a bit more of a storyline as we head into playoffs, which will kick off not too long after today. So yeah, eager to just jump into this afternoon. We should have some pretty good games on offer, and I think Luda and Men Alpha to kick things off is going to be quite intriguing. Ludovica continue to knock on the door of really truly establishing themselves as a top 2 team. I know, of course, they had their grand final appearance last stage, but now looking to back that up this stage, and I think by finishing in the top 2 they can really potentially establish that position, provided that is that actually even possible from where they are right now, or not? Given
top
the
2,
way that
yes.
But yeah, the way it's calculated. Okay, so yeah, a big win tonight for them will set themselves up for that bracket and give them the bye.
Yeah, the other thing as well throughout this stage for Ludovica, they've never dominated a single game. Like, their best win was back on Playday 3, a 7-4 over TSG, who obviously find themselves in a scrap towards the bottom 2. So, yeah, maybe this could be a good opportunity for Ludovica to get a beatdown sort of win. But in fairness, I don't think that's going to be the case. Ben LFO have shown really good promise so far this stage. Yesterday was a blip. They got absolutely torched by Outlast, but besides that game alone, they've been competitive in all of their other games, even in that loss to TSG. So maybe it is for Man LFO a case of the last couple of play days has really hindered what was looking to be a pretty decent start to the stage. Competitive against Enterprise, beat Dream Warriors comfortably. They were able to then go and beat Chiefs. At one point throughout the first couple of play days, it was actually shaping up to be that Man LFO were proving to maybe be a little bit of an underdog that could cause upsets against the top teams, be a thorn in their side. And then unfortunately it's all just kind of crumbled in the last couple of play days, where then they've dropped games and have now kind of found themselves closer towards the bottom end of the standings rather than the top end. So as I said, maybe an opportunity for Ludovica to actually get their first real beatdown win, go comfortably then into playoffs with a bit of strength and form behind them. Not that they haven't really had that, but I just think it's been a group stage that's been a little bit up and down. Nighthaven Labs, where we head to first up with actually Man LFO defending on their side of things. So again, in this series, there's not really much to gain for Man LFO unless they want to sort of recapture some form heading into the playoffs. But for Ludovica, a lot on the line, guys. Not just that second seed, but they're currently 2 points behind Chiefs for regional finals to get that second position alongside Enterprise. So it goes without saying, they need to get all 3 points. Now, I will have to go double check the tiebreaker rule set for regional finals. It may differ a little bit because I don't know how the head-to-head system would work. In theory, there's 2 seasons worth of group stage, etc. So if they do win this in overtime and they're going to get the 2 points, both Chiefs and Ludovica would be tied on points, but Chiefs have got a vastly superior round differential, so that would go their way. So make it simple. If you're Ludovica, win this in regulation, 3 points, and you're into regional finals.
Yeah, let's jump into Lab's first appearance for this particular map in terms of Ludovica's form this stage. As for Man LFO, as you kind of phrased, it's not really a match with much stake for them, but this was their last outing on Labs against Outlaws. That 2-7 loss, which very much came as a shock. Did not anticipate, one, for Man LFO to probably lose that game and to lose it in that kind of fashion. Not the kind of run of form that you want to find yourself in heading in to playoffs, and it's not just that single match in isolation, that it's also off the back of the loss to TSG as well prior to that. So it seems like after the bye, things have not gone the way of Man LFO, and they'll be looking to find a bit of form here, corrects course somewhat, because they have pretty good firepower on this team. I think the likes of Beers have shown really good promise, and they can potentially go into the playoffs with the Dark Horse label, but probably want to see a bit from them this afternoon, so we'll see how they go. Starting out on defense, top floor as expected, and the bands have played out in again a rather expected fashion in terms of the Kaid Bandit combo, and then for the attacking operators, Blitz and Ying unavailable.
Most notably, Beers back in, didn't get to play yesterday. Faulty had to substitute, so that was a bit of a loss. Beers has actually had a pretty good stage so far, so not having him in, I think, did hinder them a little bit. They did play on that Haven Labs, and they actually didn't get a single defensive round in the 3 that they played in that second half. Got the 2 attacking rounds, and then just completely got slaughtered on their defense. Beers will be a welcome addition back into the lineup from yesterday. As I said, 7-4, the best result for Ludovica scoreboard-wise this stage. They've never truly been dominant. Oh, shot from Pluto. Cairo is more so looking to that right side of IT from his angle. Karma thinking about the push-through meeting, but a good start now for LFO. Hunter, early Nitro, but doesn't really find anything off the back of that. Still got one more in electrical. That's Sharky on the Warden. So far, so good. Still 3 gas babes. Got the opening pick and just pretty much stall the rest of this round out. Play sight, force Ludovica into the push.
Incoming adrenaline boost.
Early pressure from the Blackbeard here. Karma over towards electrical, garnering information. Ludovica do have time on their side currently, but a player down, and the firepower for the likes of Cairo will sorely be missed by the attack for the remainder of this round. Does also limit their potential to send somebody down below and clear vertically. Although Man Alpha is still conscious of that potential. Karma does fall. That Blackbeard would have been a key piece of the puzzle for the attack to maybe find a kill back, but
This is an awful round.
it's falling apart here.
You got
The vote does come through, but a little bit late.
the first death. I mean, a really good shot from Pluto onto Cairo, but just the way he's kind of posturing outside IT, that death there from Milo is just far too easy. The slow creep, crouch movement towards the wall. Karma didn't quite get to see that death, but losing your life on the Blackbeard that early means the round becomes very, very difficult. Really, at no point has Man LFO really been tested here. Admittedly, yeah, command server, not always the easiest to attack into. We get that, but when you kind of look at the result yesterday on this very map, Man LFO not only lost this site, but didn't win a single defensive round on Nighthaven Labs against Outlast. There's a level of expectations for a team like Ludovica in their ambitions and what they want to achieve. Lack of urgency. Flawless in the end. It feels like Ludovica barely fired a shot towards Man LFO. Again, and you know what's interesting about that from Beers, no nerves. I would imagine Ludovica are well and truly aware that a win here today gets them regional finals, and a loss means they do not get regional finals. For those, by the way, who may be a little bit confused as to what regional finals is, it's an extra land qualifier where if you win regional finals, this is inclusive of all APL teams from the 3 sub-regions, you get to go to 6 Invitational. It's
actually a big event, and
it's a big event.
On top of that, it's got a $100,000 prize pool as well. Like, it is not a Mickey Mouse event. It's actually quite significant. I kind of wish we did a better job, perhaps during the year, in terms of like trying to track.
Well, the problem is we had no idea what the qualification method was in stage 1.
Yeah. I mean, now that it's a little bit more clear. Yeah, essentially Luda trailing Chiefs at the moment by 2 points. Chiefs have abided this particular playday, so it's really simple. Luda need a regulation win and they're through. They're not even able to squeeze through in terms of that round if tiebreaker, because Chiefs have a far better round differential. So this is a big game for Ludovica, not really for Man LFO. And again, I would probably agree with you. Luda would be aware to some extent that this is a pretty significant matchup to shape up the rest of their year.
They're also head-to-head 1-1 between the 2-stage group stages as well, so even that head-to-head falls short. So I would imagine, with that round differential, they need all 3 points. And as Piers was alluded to, don't let the nerves get to you. And the thing is, the top 2 seeding is also on the line, but in comparison to regional finals, it's basically nothing. It's really not a factor. More of an added bonus. I do wonder, with Beers back into the lineup, Man LFO, to me, they strike me as the sort of team that would thrive off of the chaos of causing a team like Ludovica to miss out on something as big as regional finals. Just that little extra oomph in a match like this where, for Man LFO, not a lot to gain. Like, let's be honest, them winning this game doesn't gain them much, but it denies their opposition. And sometimes that's as good as a win. I think Ludovica will be the kind of team to trust their process, though. Not overawed by the situation, panic, or anything along those lines. But they have shown this stage that they can be, well, not at their best in all games, that's for sure. And if, Cairo, for instance, who's had a very good stage, doesn't pop off, Box has a quiet one, well, then they've lost a lot of their firepower. The firepower for Ludovica is largely in the hands of Cairo and Box. Karma's had a pretty rough stage. Mosk has been good as well, but you can't expect him to do it all. Hunter on the Roam, on the Denari. Still has a deployable shield, mind you, as well.
Yeah, map clear from Luda. The combination of the Deimos and the Jackal will aid with that.
1 for 1. I mean, to be fair...
gets rid of the shield,
yeah, but
it's probably a pretty positive trade.
Yeah, physics not exactly a known fragger either. Here comes Scars. Down the corridor, down the hallway, spots the head of Karma. Moloska then went for the crouch freak to provide a different angle, and he lost his life. Karma half health. Scars can look to fall back or re-aggress. And with so little time left in the round, opting more so for the re-aggression, keeping Ludovica interested above. Cairo finding a pick down on site, but then Box loses out to Beers, and going for the quick plant now will be Cairo to then be able to be gun up in the post plant, and that will be successful. Pretty smart game sense to understand that with Men LFO playing with more members on the first floor, well, less pressure then quickly close to that kit being put down. Scars probably should have lost more of his health and maybe even his life. A missed opportunity for Karma puts Cairo now in the 1v2. A certainly capable player, blocked off by that keeper barrier. The Flash, he's now full white, has to reload. Pluto can just stick the whole way as Scars had him covered. Man LFO take the opening 2 rounds.
Yeah, really well played there in the 2v1 for Man LFO. That keeper barrier made things incredibly challenging for Cairo, who was on that opposing side and being reminded of it. I didn't think it was a particularly poor position. It was just good counter util there from the defense and the retake. And Scars as well with a highlight clip in that round. Did really good work on the roam. Was able to then get back towards side and shut down Karma for that up then with the final kill as well, covering that counter defuse. I mean, that's the kind of game plan / style. If I'm Ludovica, I go into this match expecting Man LFO are going to run around and gun. There's no incentive for them to play any other playstyle. So Ludo need to switch on and find a means to counter that. Otherwise, this is going to potentially unravel a little bit.
10 seconds remaining.
Razor wire ready. Door secure. Everybody need a shave?
5 seconds left.
All set to jam the Marine.
Attackers must locate and defuse.
Yeah, Nighthaven Labs so far in O's played only twice, so you haven't really got a good sub-sample. We know Command Server's a tough site, 71% so far in those games, but 50-50 actually for Basement. And the tertiary site of Control Storage is actually largely in favor of the attacking team. So I think a lot of the times, at least, typically when it comes to Nighthaven Labs, it's really how does Basement kind of shape up. If you're on defense and you're not really winning Basement, okay, you're very susceptible to losing the map. But if you can win it, well, it goes a long way. So even if Ludovica were to win this round, so far still job done by Men LFO. Hunter, left side, and it's Cairo that wins on the higher ground advantage. Aggressive play from Hunter to sit the breach. Yes, you want to defend IT, but you don't need to contend from that position. Gives Ludovica now a very optimal chance at taking the tertiary. Bears to sit inside of the gas bay. Pluto catches out Box on the Blackbeard. Box nowhere to be seen so far this morning. 0-3 in the opening 3 rounds. And a big pick to get rid of the Blackbeard.
Yeah, the Blackbeard has been particularly ineffective for Ludovica, which is a concern.
Oh, Pluto should
Pluto
get it.
push
Oh,
forward.
Cairo!
Gets punished. Cairo had to read that. That's well played.
Good clear from Cairo, and he's switched on now. He's got 4 of their 5 kills through the opening 3 rounds. No more gas babes either for Mr. Beers inside a server. Final adrenal surge activated by Milo. Logic bomb to go out by Karma. That's going to give Beers his possession away, but he opts to push forward. Kill onto Physics. Low trade. No, not going to be. Now on a 1v3 for Sharky and Ludovica have been able to clear this top floor, and they've got sight all to themselves. Sharky gets rid of Milo in the 1v1. Now in a 1v2. Karma towards blue.
No, he has Diffuser. Sharky has diff over towards Con.
Yeah, but it's still a 1v2. They go for the stack together, and Karma just wins the 1v1. That was close. But the DMR will get the job done. And Ludovica are on the board for Nighthaven Labs.
Yeah, Ludo are feeding a lot of isolated ones at the moment. And Man LFO looks sharp. Saw that advanced breach position from Hunter and then Pluto. Both of those got punished. So that's much better work there from Ludo. You know, punishing that kind of ultra aggressive style of play that Man LFO will continue to likely play throughout this matchup. Things got a little awkward there with Diffuser on the ground. And I got concerned that, again, Ludovica were going to continually feed more 1v1 fights. There was trade potential, though, in that final duel, so not too bad in the end. They finally get around. Was the tertiary, and so still looking for a bit more promise on the primaries here from attack.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Yeah, I mean, I guess in some ways for both teams they've respectively done what's needed of them in terms of winning the sites that they kind of need to win on their respective sides. Concerned though, Box 0-3, but he does have the tendency to sometimes start slow and then quick fire a good couple of kills and get himself going in these games. Pretty even spread across the board right now from Man LFO in terms of their output.
10 seconds remaining.
It's only yesterday morning that James found out that Scars and Piers are brothers.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Not sure what Rocky's been under.
He's been on the
Attackers are
biz.
heading out to defuse a bomb.
Command server, we go. They've certainly looked more lively in this game, though, Men LFO. It might just be the re-addition of Beers. It might be that, you know, they want to kind of respond from yesterday's loss on this very map, where they only got the 2 rounds in total. It's also just the way that they're playing just looks a little cleaner.
So the mirror Blackbeard banned out. Blackbeard was, I don't want to say the word crutched by Ludovica, because that implies that it's been a one-man army. It was actually pretty ineffective for them. So we'll see how they look to navigate around that now. It's pretty standard, conventional lineup here from attack, and plenty of pieces of utility to help dislodge this defense, which has extended in towards electrical with a deployable shield. Mute, interestingly, in play as well for the potential Deimos from below. It doesn't look like that will be, well, obviously that won't be the case for Ludo, more so. It doesn't look like they're going to be too heavy on Vert. Cairo lurks down below at the moment, and I think looking to maybe contest. Interesting to send the Thermite there, but of course his utility already expended. Con fully reinforced, and Nitro cells prepped and ready by the defense.
Exothermic gets blown up, but Salma's there as the backup from Physics, trying to deny an entry position. Shield dealt with towards electrical. Just under a minute remaining. Top floor, big round. Ludovica would love to steal this site away. 2 gas babes remaining for Beers. 2 impacts for Pluto. Adrenal Surge activated by Box to maybe give them a boost on the push in, but they don't push. In the end, it's a wasted surge. Right grenade to try and force Sharky back. It's Kara that's going to be the first death, and up close with a shotgun. Box is going to fall. Good hold from Sharky, despite the pressure that was coming his way. The nade, the Quan Hive launcher, didn't phase him. Push now from Milo. Straight down through from Blue. Nice pick onto Scars, but Sharky was there for the remonstration. Physics through electrical with the kit, but immediately shut down. And Man LFO will once again defend this top floor. Carmo in a 1v3. Hunter, Sharky, both low. But there's only 5 seconds left into the round. And Beers will make sure no mistakes from Man LFO. They regain their 2-round advantage, and they force an early timeout from Ludovica.
These attacks are weirdly one-dimensional from a team that is, you know, trying to push for a regional finals slot, and still trailing Enterprise locally. These attacks are unfortunately really falling short of the mark. Real lack of vert. Util clearance on close corners hasn't been particularly effective. They continue to enter into these, you know, fairly one-sided engagements. They're playing really low percentages at the moment, and LFO, who are hitting shots, are just holding these power positions and just getting fed. A good example there from Boggs, just entering a fight that's unfavorable. Milo tries to make a play. The rest of the attack isn't in sync, so Physics comes in late. He dies. It's a bit all over the place at the moment for Luda. Now, they are, of course, attacking into one of the more difficult sites generally in the game, especially with this kind of band set, but it has been a little bit disappointing. See if they can refocus now. They need to really lock in. This next round absolutely critical. They've shown that they can be successful on the tertiary, but the primaries have been tough. And with basement up next, there's an opportunity for them to make or break not only this match, but again, the stakes for this game are large. This could have big implications in terms of their aspirations for as far as 6 Invitational, as ambitious as that goal may be, as lofty as it may be. If they don't win this, they're not going to SI. That's completely ruled out, plus the additional prize pool that regional finals has on offer, which is significant.
Well, there's LCQs.
So if you're Chiefs right now, if you're a Chiefs player or a Chiefs fan, you are cheering on this man LFO performance at the moment.
There are LCQs though.
Oh, true. I guess LCQ, but from the regional finals format more
10
specifically.
seconds remaining.
If Ludovica play like this, at
They
LCQ,
could
they're not
also-
gonna go very far either.
They could also make the major and win the major. I don't know. This.
Yeah, true.
Objective is to eliminate a
maybe I'm narrowing my scope a little bit too much just on regional finals.
It's big. It's really big.
And it's a match they just shouldn't be losing. On paper, they should not be losing this game.
Box 0-4 needs to get going. They need the firepower. And big round, like you said earlier, especially here on on basement. If Men LFO get this 4th round, that's for them. You know, the path of the course already met on the defensive side, and already it's been a much better performance than yesterday. I mean, they got absolutely beaten down on this map yesterday by Outlast. Neptune just ran riot, ended up dropping 16-3. Men LFO had no answer. Again, they were playing with the sub. There was some tech issues. That, you know, it was a bit of a disruptive kind of match for them. They look far more settled in this one. Much to the disappointment for Ludovica, who are going to have to pick up their game now to find this win. If they're going to do it, they're going to have to now do it the hard way. It feels like their pacing, though, on this map has still been quite slow. Just the clearing and then the side execution. I feel like they could be looking to move a little bit quicker, but I think they're also wary that Man LFO are the kind of team that could play anywhere at any time, and when you're clearing these positions, you're pretty much ready for this kind of stuff. Double stack in cafeteria.
Treadmine active.
With F-Not lines as well to provide cover. Grismont mines too, I'm sure. This is a little set play here from Man LFO. Hunter makes his way up vending. These logic bombs are proving to be very handy. Same with the Jackal, with the Inox Scander. And there goes Box, another opening death. 0-5, Physics to fall. Hunter can't quite get the fadeaway shot. Nice from Karma. And the second, he's playing one of his better games this stage when they truly need it. 3 versus 3 with 40 seconds left.
Scars, though, continues his lurk over towards Kitchen. And if he's not cleared, this round is far from over for Man LFO.
Oh, he had to hit that shot. Scars, especially with Beers losing his life. Scars then gets shot in the back by Karma, who gets 4 in the round. They take basement. A second attacking round acquired. Big round from Karma and for Ludovica. What was an early must-win round, they convert.
Yeah, it's really hanging in the balance, and Karma found a lot of key engagements through that mid-round and then cleaned up late as well by catching Scars and the trade attempts. So there's big individual performance from him. I don't have the numbers directly in front of me just yet, but I'd be willing to bet that this hasn't been one of Karma's better stages of Siege. I'll try and find his ranking in a moment, but there's a big performance and around that was, got off to a pretty unfortunate start.
Well, the EPS on our internal sheet is now very much skewed. In fact, everyone is in the yellow and below because of Neptune. Neptune's got a 208 EPS right at the top.
Yeah.
So
he's ranked 24th in the league is Karma, so certainly not as high as past stages, I would imagine.
Locate and defuse a bomb.
202nd with 133 EPS is listed as average because of Neptune. It's completely skewed the statistics. But yeah, it's been a rough stage for Karma. But a really, really good game and a good showcasing of his capabilities and maybe more of the expectations and why, you know, if he does have a quieter stage, it's notable for a reason. But Box is really struggling in this game. In fact, his KD coming into this game was +5, so now he's technically +0 for his KD on the group stage. Obviously burst onto the scene in stage 1. He's a young gun sensation, but stage 2 hasn't probably followed an upward path. His logic bombs have been very helpful. I mean, Karma's been the clear-cut MVP just in the KD department alone, but also utility usage, understanding that men LFO are really liking to play aggressive up above outside basement. Deathmark onto Pluto. He's very low actually as well.
Hunter, his position exposed, and will evacuate over towards cafeteria, looking to establish a crossover towards vending. Ludovica just confirming this control now up above, but time management will become an issue again here. Final round of the half, critical. It'd be a massive one if they're able to win it out. But still, with this hold over towards cafeteria and that cross to vending, that portion of the map will be so difficult to push. Box, though, actually able to find the opening elsewhere, so he finally comes alive, traded them immediately by Scars.
Yeah, but Karma's getting the plant down inside a tank. Need to find someone to deny this. Good kill from Hunter. That plant's going to go down successfully, though, and Adrenal Surge as well to get everyone back up to full health. 3 versus 2. Ludovica have flipped the script. They were looking a little bit down and out, a little sorry for themselves, down 1-3, but now they're going to be 3-3 going into the next half. Big turnaround and a good sign of a team that's just growing in confidence. Despite a bit of the shatter as well from men LFO. Nerves being mentioned. A lot on the line in this game. Ludovica go and find 2 quick attacking rounds. Tie things up. Now go defense. Back in pole position for regional finals.
Yep, only 4 rounds away. And of course needing to win this one out. Well, that slot. Let's see what the bands shape up then, like if they're similar to the first half. Monty off the board. I'm expecting Man LFO to be pretty direct and aggressive here. I don't think they're going to flounder around with map clears or anything, you know, too deep tactically. Mav Bandit, okay. So let's prepare then. Ludovica had us top floor as expected. A lot of powerful tools on this top floor still available. Mirror, Clash, Asami. They'll be able to establish a really strong foothold on the objective. Main threats will probably come from Vert, and potentially any kind of explosive hit through the likes of Garage or Top Blue.
I'll say Men LFO did get a couple of attacking rounds yesterday on this map. They were actually better on their attack than they were on their defense. Actually started 2-1 on this map. And then we had a pretty big tech break, and Outlast off the back of that just kind of blew Man LFO away.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Big for Box to get off that donut. It's always an awful feeling when you're just sitting there not feeling like you're having an impact, and it may only be the 1 kill, but at least it's enough to get you off that horrible 0. Good even spread of performances so far by Men LFO. Now they've got a bit of work to do here on the attack to really show how much they want to get this win against Ludovica. Just the thought of denying them regional finals, you would imagine, should drive a team like Men LFO, let alone taking some good form into the playoffs, to re-establish maybe the form that they had earlier on at the start of the group stage. Being far more competitive today than they were yesterday. Must commend Ludovica. Down 1-3 would have been easy to start to panic a little bit. They did take their tactical timeout. And they have responded. And I think they'll feel very comfortable now on their own defense. Box will play the Denari, come up towards Rafters. Cairo on the Clash. Quite a bit for men LFO to have to deal with in this round.
Yeah, they're stacking a lot of utility, trying, I think, to force the util clearance as much as they possibly can. Hunter to lurk below storage, so there is that vert pressure from man LFO as kind of anticipated. And I mean, to the credit of the attack, they're not going to actually play any kind of ultra aggressive style here. It may actually be a little bit more contained.
Aggressive.
Aggressive in con, yeah.
I mean, a man LFO doing enough right now, time-wise. Alright, it's just getting a lot of free information towards con. Just about 60 seconds left in the round. Still repelled towards IT. Physics with the opening pick through the Nitrocell onto Pluto. Doesn't really feel like man LFO are threatening in this round top floor. Not really poking, prodding, not really looking like they're setting up for a good execute. Flash towards the mirror to try and deal with this, get the break on it, get Rafters control. But that still hasn't even been achieved.
Loading new magazine.
This could be a big 1v1 between Hunter and Moloska. It's just going to be a flash run away. At some point, you have to go into the site. I hope they realize this.
Yeah, I mean, they're desperately trying to find an opening. Finally, something. 4v4.
Big nitro from Milo. And at this point now, you can pretty much just hold your position straight through the tripwire connector for Beers. Close, tucked in left. It's Physics with shotgun in hand. And Ludovica will take the lead. 4-3 up. Never really looked likely at losing this round of command server. And now for man LFO, they really must win basement or it's looking dire.
Yeah, there's a really long wind up there from the attack. And Scar's tried his best to start spearheading the push. But the amount of util layered also just made the push almost impossible. Now, Ludovica playing into that win con really nicely in that previous round. Won't quite be as easy to do that here on basement, just due to the nature of the site, its exposure to the vert from above, and typically as a defending team you will want to roam a little bit in order to waste the amount of time required to make the execute uncomfortable. So we'll see how Ludovica look to juggle that, and how aggressive they want to play off site.
Additional connection made.
Needles in position. Reload!
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Ludovica certainly have the ascendancy now. All the momentum with them. They've now won 4 of the last 5 rounds after the hot start by man LFO, which for the Chiefs, who I'm sure are watching, might have given them a little bit of hope that they could do the job for them. But in the end, Chiefs kind of only have themselves to blame after losing to Ludovica yesterday. Which in the end, that game had big repercussions. That was the 7-8 loss for Chiefs against Ludovica on Lair. Had they won that outright, it would have been a secure for the top 2. And even winning in overtime would have separated them enough as well. Unfortunately, me and James actually, I don't think really understood the ramifications of that match at that point in time. Milo with the headshot onto Pluto. Well, it's all Ludovica right now. Might be time for a man LFO tactical timeout at the conclusion of this round if they can't bring it back.
Yeah, minute 40 now on the clock. And there's still pretty significant offside presence here from the defense. Karma IT box below him storage, staircases as well being contested to chip away at the drone economy of this attack as well. Looking a little bit grim for Man LFO at the moment. They may be able to find a route to side and force retake. So many awkward positions though off-site to make that challenging, and that nitro from Physics all but the nail in this coffin for round number 8. It will take a pretty significant effort from here for Man LFO to recover this round, and again feels very much like the first half with the attack struggling into the primary sites.
Man LFO aren't careful. I mean, this is getting close to the sting of the match being really taken out of it, and Ludovico will just quietly go about their business. They are struggling on their attack so far. A little push in here towards the site, and it should be a double kill, and it will be. Nice little clear, and Man LFO just suddenly have a hope of revival, but you haven't cleared out storage, and Box will claim a free kill onto Sharky. He's now been able to pick up quite a few kills in the last few rounds. He started 0-5, he's now 5-6, and Ludovica squash that potential attempt by Man LFO. They go 5-3 up, their biggest lead of this game now, 2 rounds away from locking in top 2 and regional finals. Timeout, Man LFO.
Yeah, Pluto caught a bad timing there at the start, so difficult to fault him. The clear onside itself was actually pretty clinical for Man LFO, but then with the amount of vert exposing site, it made that plant so difficult to go down, as those defenders up above hadn't been cleared. Man LFO took the decision to ignore that. That couldn't be ignored for too much longer. Ludovico able to then close out the round in a pretty clean fashion. Tertiary site going to be absolutely critical here for Man LFO, who showed good fight back in that first half, and we'll see if they can show that here in the second.
Don't want to go too early and say this one's over, but it's certainly shaping up to be that way when you take into account now it's 4 straight for Ludovica. 5 of the last 6. Starting to get on top now as well in the opening kill department. In the first half, it was actually all Man LFO. They were able to get 4 of the first 5 rounds to go their way. Didn't convert one of those. And now 3 in a row for Ludovica. Lunchbox has turned things right around as well. And fortunately, I did say that a little bit earlier. He does have that tendency sometimes to start a little bit slow and then rack up the kills. Suddenly now a very even spread performance from Ludovica, and actually I think this is a really good sign for them. I know that, you know, it's a 5-3 scoreline, it's not like a total domination, but like Physics has 6 kills, Karma 8-4, that's probably the best we've seen from him this stage so far. You know, not just overly reliant on Molosca and Cairo. A good, well-rounded performance from Ludovica. The timeout for Man LFO into the 9th round. Can they keep hope alive, not just for themselves, but also for Chiefs? Dare I say, Ludovica are going to be hard to beat from here.
Yeah, I like the bit of the switch up on offer here from Man LFO, bringing the Ying Blitz combination, Dokkaebi by extension. Maybe they could look to just change up the tempo a little bit here towards that mid to late transition of the round, where I think they've been struggling a little bit. If they could just use that to create a bit of space and play a bit of a chaos ball, that may work against the Ludovica, who have been caught a couple of times in bad positions or fumbling utility, etc. Just try and ramp up that pressure a little bit, maybe be a little bit more unpredictable. Ludo have had a pretty good read so far defensively, so maybe Man LFO this time out can try to shake it up. They do have the buck as well for vert play, and that range hard breeds to aid in a map clear above if they want to pressure there. But I mean, Execute being cooked currently, I don't know if that's indicative of the hit to follow. No, just a clear above, but again, still valuable space. And Pluto does find the first kill off the back of that top blue pressure.
And finally an opening pick for the first time in this half for Man LFO. Nitro, well and truly thrown over Sharky, who gets up close and gets Bizix, gets the kill with the pistol. Karma's low from his exchange as well with Beers, and while he did get the kill, and then he was susceptible to that pistol shot by Sharky. 3v2, down on Milo and Box. The young and the old for Ludovica to try and get them to that match point round. The Box gets caught by Scars, and Men LFO continue to fight here on Nighthaven Labs, despite the swing of momentum going in favor of Ludovica. Out of the timeout, Men LFO will respond. And you always do give Milo a little bit of a chance here. Pushes into his gas bait, wants to deny Sharky from getting this plant down, but that's not going to hit at all. So now in the 1v3 post plant, his percentage chance of winning this round has plummeted to probably 0.1%. Now it's 0.001%. Now 0.
Yeah, the tempo switch up there and the changes in the composition for the attack working out really, really nicely. The Ying provided early pressure. They got the pinch over towards blue. The rest of the clear above, facilitated by that blitz, was also really nice. As Sharky's kind of explaining to them in old chat, they let the blitz close distance, and once that happens, you're essentially dead, especially if you're not able to cover the player hit. And then from that point onwards, it was pretty much a steamroll from the attack. So really good fight there from Man LFO. Final bans in play, Blitz and Clash.
Yeah, I mean, I think as you kind of mentioned at the start of the round, a little bit of a change up here in philosophy, operator selection, went a little bit faster pace, brought the action earlier into the round.
Deploying jammer. Attackers have located a bomb.
Man, LFO have done their best to try and bring the banter this game, but Ludovica have had no interest, which is surprising with the team with Cairo on the lineup.
Means he's locked in.
Yeah, but this is going to be the tricky one. Command server for Ludovica to lock themselves into overtime. I'm pretty certain the consensus is they need all 3 points, though.
Yeah, overtime is not enough. The current regional standings have Chiefs at a plus 18 round differential, Ludovica at a plus 8 round differential, so Ludovica must win this in 3 points. They do not have the tiebreaker.
Well, I do want to add the preface that yourself and myself haven't exactly gone and looked at the deeper rule book, and you know, there's always sometimes funny business in there.
We got confirmation.
We got confirmation? Perfect. Okay.
It's the same as group stage, yeah.
Perfect.
So yeah, they definitely need a regulation win, but no doubt a round win here gets them a significant step closer, and considering basement as well was quite clean from them. The primaries have been very strong. Man Alpha need to, you know, break that storyline either on this side or below. Should also probably add the context that every other team for regional finals has already been confirmed. This is the last slot to be confirmed in APL. All the other usual suspects are kind of in there, as you would anticipate. Fearx, CAG, Weibo, Elevate, EP. And that really just comes down to Ludovica and Chiefs for that final slot. 100k prize pool, SI points, SI slot. I mean, it's going to be a pretty big collection of games. Midpoint of the round though here for round number 10. Just util expended both ways. Double Nitro available still here for defense. A lurk threat below though in garage that Karma needs to be very mindful of. Ludo banned double shield, but the Blackbeard's still up.
Just over a minute remaining here for the attack of Man LFO. They need 2 more rounds. They don't even need the win, just 2 more rounds to deny the dream for Ludovica. Karma taking a half health. Hunter and Pluto both lit up, but not taken out. Keeps 5 players up for Man LFO. Sharky gets a bit of help in dealing with the Sawyer gang. Kyra with the opening pick onto Pluto. He was low on the Deimos up close. Miloska dealing with the Blackbeard. Has physics for company. Expected maybe the push from Blue Stairs. Hunter lost his battle against Box, but physics will fall to Beers. Miloska with a huge pick onto Beers. This is going to put Ludovica one step closer to regional finals. One more round after this will secure it. Sharky in the 1v3. And Ludovica will give him no opportunity, no chance, no look in. Ludovica find themselves one round away from the regional finals later in the year and one round away from top 2 this stage.
Yeah, they're double dipping a little bit. Regional calls, potential second place in the league. A loss in overtime won't be enough though, so that's not quite penciled in just yet either.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many
But
bombs as
Ludovica
they
will
can.
find comfort in defending bottom 4. They have 2 opportunities if they elect to reattempt as well, so they're really in a good position in the context of this match to be able to close it out. Good work in that final round, chipping away and isolating kills and doing a really, really good job in not succumbing to the pressure from the likes of that Blackbeard, which posed a really good threat. They were really pretty proactive in how they approached that, which was good to see. For this basement side, expecting a roam to be employed again. It was incredibly successful last time out from Ludovica. Man LFO were left with little option but to ignore at last attacking attempts. And then they succumb to the vert late in the round. So expectation here being that Ludovica will play vert heavily again. May not even be too comfortable in peeling. They may want to play it for as long as they possibly can in the hopes of forcing the clear.
Well, the big scary top site though now no longer available for Ludovica. They must win it out here on basement. We'll have the option, if they do lose this round, of repeating it as well rather than going to control storage. Is there a final twist in the tail? Or will Ludovica close this game out 7-4, book top 2, book regional finals? And by doing so, I mean, they'll be taking some decent momentum into playoffs next week. Karma. Well, an early kill for Ludovica will really dampen the mood for Man LFO. Have really dominated the opening kill department now. 4 of the last 5 rounds in favor of Ludovica, and they have converted every single round where they've found the opening kill. They've translated that into a round win. 90 seconds left in the round. Sharky has walked himself into the tripwire connector set out by Karma, who still holds top blue. Humine stepped on by Beers. Man LFO just struggling with the basic gadgetry.
I don't know if Karma's position is known either. Hunter, though, does find the first. Box falls, put back on a call-up. And so they now have the advantage. But again, the clear on the roam hasn't been extensive, much like last time out. And that could come back to bite them if Ludo reclaim vertical control. Milo Blue Stairs. Frag grenade sent his way, so I assume Man LFO know of his position. But I'm still afraid of Karma. If he can pop off and have impact on the flank, Man LFO could get shredded here.
There's only one player on site.
Yeah.
So only Kyra
Karma's on the move as well.
down below. Physics should get this free kill. Not quite. That is a missed opportunity. Really needed to get that one. Physics will whiff the shots. Kyra now low on site as the solo. Man LFO have been able to deal with this roam. But Karma still remains, and Cairo does win his battle despite being so low on health. A Man LFO could have fluffed their chances. 20 seconds, so still the time factor as well now comes back into this round. Karma makes his way down cargo and in behind, and this could be a disaster. The timing, Cairo got the down onto Pluto. Beers gets the kill. Karma needs to deny this plant. Gives his position up. Beers gets a huge kill. And it all comes down to a single round.
Wow. He had the mirror window advantage.
One more, says Pluto. He is aware. Luda would be aware. Chiefs are aware.
Seemingly out of nowhere, this match has come back alive in an instant. Man Alpha, long wind up on the clear, but hit some really clean shots, and Karma was unaccounted for, but his impact was pretty limited. Didn't know Beers was close by here, confirmed that down, didn't play behind the mirror window, got caught. Clean shots at the end there to win out the round for Man LFO. As expected, Ludovica to re-attempt down below. Regional finals slot on the line. And not to mention, even top 2. Sure, they could turn around and still win this game in overtime and finish top 2 for the favourable seeding, but that kind of pales in comparison to what the regional finals advantage will be in terms of that prize pool, SI points, qualification routes, etc. So this is a massive round for their year.
10 seconds left.
It's not often in a group stage match that one round has such importance. Typically, that would only be seen for maybe, you know, confirming a playoff spot in a bottom battle, which we actually have immediately after this game. Ludovica, of course, being on defense, I think are still statistically more likely. Only one round has an opening kill not converted.
Oh,
Man,
no.
get the double. Mylan
Wow.
box full early. Cairo, Karma, and Physics need to clutch. In the blink of an eye, out of seemingly nowhere, and they are just steamrolling through. It's a 3-player advantage, and the Blackbeard spotted. Cairo thought about the Nitrocell, but he's getting bullied. Going for the guard break, and he goes down, and with that, their chances are done for regional finals. Chiefs will be going. Pluto says, you are welcome, Chiefs. But Ludovica are still fighting now the top 2. For stage 2. They must win here in overtime, or Chiefs will also get top 2 stage 2. What is going on? They just got smoked.
I don't even know what happened that round. What the hell? What a fashion to lose that round. That's quite remarkable, really. Wow. I mean, again, full respect and credit to Man LFO. To reiterate, perhaps you joined towards the tail end of the map where we maybe haven't mentioned it. This map quite literally has 0 implications for them. Like, they're going to finish
Bomb located by attackers.
4th or 5th, irrespective of this result or any other result. They're completely locked. I mean, I guess TSG could technically jump them, right? So, I mean, maybe by extension there was a little bit on the line, but it really wasn't much. The only thing really driving them in this game was the ability to shut out Ludovica from regional finals, and they've been able to accomplish that off the back of winning that basement site so successfully on a couple of occasions. That's, you know, full credit to them. Big performance.
To defuse a bomb.
And Ludovica now locked out of regional finals. Could finish top 2 for the stage here in OCE, but that's a massive lifeline extended to Chiefs, who, if they can rally towards the back end of the year, I believe regional finals are in December, they still have a hope of making it to SI this year, which is a remarkable storyline for them. And prize money, which was pretty significant.
Well, in some ways, the sting has gone out of this a little bit due to the overarching result. Hunter, though, he just goes full head steam in. Double for him inside a server, but then traded down to 1v3 for Scars. All flash, no real pizzazz there for Man LFO, looking to maybe speed up the process here of overtime. Oh, that's a nice little kill for Scars. Gets himself back out, 1v2, and then Milo shoots him in the back. Well, match point once again for Ludovica. Quick round at the hands of Man LFO. They opted for the fast hit. Hunter got a nice double, but everyone else lost their ones. Once again, Ludovica have got overtime match point this time. This is to confirm top 2 for playoffs this stage, but they can no longer go to regional finals, which is, well, that has bigger ramifications.
Yeah, the energy a little bit sapped out of this match now, but you're right, still an opportunity for top 2. 2 points here would launch them ahead of Chiefs for the stage. But the damage from a wider scope already done by Man Alpha in this matchup, and they know that. They've probably just taken the gas off the foot off the gas a little bit in this matchup.
And I mean, throughout all of this, right? I mean, there's been storylines and talking about regional finals and top 2 for Ludovica, but I mean, a commendable effort from Man LFO for a match where it literally doesn't mean anything for them at all. And you know, sometimes I think in this region that almost drives teams more than their own aspirations. It's to actually deny the aspirations of the opposition team. It's a pretty common thing in sports, esports alike, where you kind of get up and think, well, these guys are trying to, you know, qualify for this or gain this. We'll try and take that away from them, and it gives maybe the extra motivation and pep in the step. Man, LFO started really, really well. Then Ludovica clearly got the momentum of this game, and I mean, they will be kicking themselves because they got out to a pretty decent lead. At one point, they won 5 of 6 rounds and had full control of this. And then Man LFO win the last 2 rounds in Force OT, denying them regional finals. Ludovica may still end up getting top 2, though, for playoffs this stage. And that may now be their best pathway. They're having to qualify for the major. And by that, maybe then get some extra SI points, and who knows from there. But opening kill on to Scars. And again, still only 1 round, but the opening kill has not been converted. So a really, really big buffer now for Ludovica. Pluto running around rafters, Cairo close by. Been a very different pacing in overtime in comparison to regulation. These have been quick 2 rounds to start.
Ludo advantage. Man Alpha trying to weather the storm here on defense. One round standing between Luda and a top 2 finish. Looking to back up form from stage 1 and make it through to that grand final, and a bye would be helpful. Beers falls as well. 2-player advantage for Luda, who haven't dropped their heads. Cairo falls, but Physics finds 2, and Shark is the last one standing.
Well, it feels like a consolation prize. Ludovica, though, will confirm a top 2 seeding here for stage 2. Hard-fought victory. They walk away with the 2 points, and that will get them into the top 2. But it does mean by doing it in overtime, they will miss out on the land in December for regional finals. It's bittersweet in some ways, of course, though, for Ludovica in the now, in the current, and what they can control going into playoffs. That's as good as you could ask for to finish top 2 heading into next week's game. Short break. On the other side, though, we go from a battle towards the top end of things to the bottom end. It is a elimination game coming up.
Step 流されるままにはにかむ横顔に遠くで響く鼓動探すほど見失い溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね Let's go寂しげな言葉をつぶやく唇を音色と混ぜ合わせて消えてく人の波預ける指先に
When I hear it coming up like that,
dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it. La 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 la. I'll just drop like I'll just la 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 la. I'll just drop like I'll just la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it. La 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it. La 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 la. I'll just drop
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Yep, see that right there? I feel like you need to get around that.
It's a bit of an upgrade.
Hey, what's going on everybody? For APL Stage 2, I'm Dev Marta and you're watching Shot Ones, the show where we eat hot wings and ask even hotter questions. Today, I'm joined by Enterprise Esports player Bappen, hot off the plane from EWC, 10 tournaments under his belt. Welcome. But the real question is, how are you with spicy food?
Shit.
Well, I'm sorry, but you got your work cut out for you today. We got 3 different levels of spicy wings. Why don't you dig into the one on your left? This is going to be hard to ask you the question. I'm digging it. Go for it. All right. All right, Bappen. You first came into the scene with Barbie Boys over 2 years ago now. What was the experience like, and how did it shape the player that you've become? I don't think it's that spicy. It's really not that spicy. I'm going to go for another one.
It just tastes like shit.
2 years ago, Barbie Boys. How did that shape how you become?
I think Kyra got dropped or something. Him and Prez wanted to rebuild just before the stage. And I was playing ranked, like 24/7. I was grinding and they reached out to me. I think I played in like a shit team with Caken once. So they saw me from there, so they asked me to play with Saved, it was.
So how did that experience affect how you've become today?
That experience did nothing. I didn't learn anything from President. I think Kyra was good. Kyra was good to team with, yeah. But once I got off, that 2-year journey with President, I instantly skyrocketed with someone else. So.
What do you think of the wing? You haven't eaten very much.
Yeah, they're really good.
Are you afraid to eat the spicy bit? Because it's actually.
Just eat the whole thing.
I mean, ideally, at least eat some more of the spicy bit. I tell you what, I didn't have lunch today, so this is pretty damn good.
Yeah, I just ate Nando's.
It's a little bit of a 1v1, the close end for the ball. Win saves and
Relegation decider, playoff decider, bottom 7 decider, TSG Dream Warriors win and you're in is the case for this one, Guz, which considering, of course, we don't really have an 8th team this stage, it's quite at least a blessing that we got down to the final, group stage day where we don't end up with a rubber, dead rubber match. And this actually does have pretty big ramifications for these two teams. And both have actually shown decent quality so far this stage that I think both teams would be disappointed to finish 7th and not make playoffs.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy how it's all come down to the final play there. We've just come back off the back of a match that has determined whether or not Ludovica will make regional finals. They failed. They still don't make top 2, which is pretty sad, funny for them. And now we've got a battle to see who will be essentially the only team to unfortunately miss out on playoffs for this particular stage. And I mean, it should be a close game. TSG and Dream Warriors, again, as we kind of alluded to in the pre-show for the day, have both had their ups and downs throughout the stage. And I think there really is a world in which either team can win out this particular match.
Yeah, you're looking at the stage so far for both these two teams, kind of similar in their overall tally, minus 13 and minus 10 round differentials, 4 points, 3 points. But for TSG, they've kind of, gotten a bit of a shake-up yesterday against Enterprise. They got demolished 7-0 in 25 minutes. It was an absolute speed run match by Enterprise. They couldn't have won that any quicker. But prior to that, they gave themselves this particular lifeline to have this opportunity with the 7-4 win over Man LFO, which, as we just saw, are a very capable team on their day. So that was a good result for TSG. They also pushed Outlast to overtime, competitive against Ludovica. So their stage hasn't been completely awful by any stretch of the imagination. They've got some quality players on this roster. Most notably, I think Ned and ACOG as a duo have had a really, really good stage. We know Loyal can pop up, but yeah, it's been a rough stage for Machine and Cyro. But I think this is a team that comes into today feeling they've got every chance of knocking off their opponents in Dream Warriors, who obviously had the bye yesterday, so they didn't play. Prior to that, they got demolished by Chiefs. So both teams kind of coming off a big loss, a really big loss. But before that loss for Dream Warriors, they did, play competitively against Ludovica. They were able to get their one and only win at the very beginning of the stage against Outlast, who have shown some good qualities, made playoffs now, etc. So for TSG, I don't know. Are they favorites in this matchup? They have got an extra point. Their form line is maybe better coming into it. If they are favorites, it's by very small margins.
I mean, that's a pretty fair question. I would say, maybe narrowly.
Well, I'm saying
it's kind of tough.
52 to 48% favorites or something. It's that close.
Yeah, it's so hard to split these two. I think TSG really have the potential if the likes of, Ned and ACOG is specifically the two that I'm looking at. If they have really good games, Dream Warriors may find it difficult to shut them down. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, obviously we'll go and have a look at Dream Warriors and their lineup as well, which, again, started off the stage in the best way possible for, well, at least a couple of players in terms of the remnants of Saga, which had an abysmal last stage. You look at Freelo and Wizard and a Razor Cake and Reelers. I think when you kind of looked at this lineup and they beat Outlast on the first play, they thought, okay, maybe there's something here. Maybe there is actually a lineup that could be competitive. And after getting that win, it was, okay, let's see what you can do. Game against Man LFO, 7-4. Not bad. You get smashed by EP. That's expected. And then ultra competitive against Ludovica. And then unfortunately demolished by Chiefs. So they haven't really had an opportunity, or maybe against a quality of opposition similar to them since kind of the start of the group stage. Now they get that opportunity again here for TSG, and that's why I hesitate to give TSG a large favoritism tag, if really a favoritism tag at all, because the form line is different between these two teams. Dream Warriors more so starting well, TSG probably picking up their form as the stage has gone on, but it also is dependent on the schedule and who they've played and when they've played those respective teams. I think if Dream Warriors played to their best ability, you mentioned Ned and ACOG for TSG, but I think Reelers, Kaken especially, those two, if they play to their best, every chance Dream Warriors could win this too. So, this is as genuine coin flip, I think, as you can have of a game, and we head to Chalet for it. TSG beginning on defense. As I said before, it's win and you're in. Even if Dream Warriors were to win in overtime, they would go to 5 points. TSG would go to 5 points, but with the head-to-head going the way of Dream Warriors, you would still make your way through. For TSG, if they do win this game, I believe they can creep up into 4th. I think that's maybe the best that they can get to. And for Dream Warriors, I'm pretty sure 6th is the best they can actually get.
That phase plays out then, and we will be heading across to Chalet, which, oddly enough, I would say in years gone by would be one of the more popular maps in OCE. Currently only sits at 1 play for the entire stage, so this will be its 2nd appearance. I mean, I'm not going to be able to find fast enough if either of these two teams were the ones to play on that particular map. I may be able to find that at some point in time, but Shadow's going to be an intriguing map, one that is a little bit more dynamic, and we do tend to see the merging of a couple of different metas across. You can try and play a little bit more of a traditional play style. I actually did find that match pretty quickly, so that was an 8-6 duel between Outlast and TSG. Outlast actually able to win that game out in overtime. So, I mean, again, take from that what you will, but the expectation, regardless of the map, for this to be a close match between these two today.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, again, it's already been prefaced. You've kind of got 2 top players on their respective teams. Whoever can perform the best of those, or even if you wanted to kind of flip the narrative a little bit for the other players maybe who haven't had quite the same. Imagine if a machine comes out today and pops off, for instance. That's probably a difference maker. So it's a good opportunity for the players on the 2 teams that, clearly you're in this position for a reason, have struggled this stage, that if you go out and have a big day today, there's every chance you make playoffs. So who have you got for this, guys? Because quite frankly, I'm struggling to lean on either way. I did say before, maybe the 52-48 split to TSG. I'll back that in. I think TSG's form line is good, but it's like I'm thinking 8-7 or I'm thinking 7-5. Like, it's that close.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of scoreline prediction, I'd probably say, I wouldn't be too shocked if we are to go all the way into an overtime for this matchup. In terms of the team to take it, flip a coin. Really, I find it so difficult to
where's Rob when you need him?
Between these two, I think I'm going to just slightly lean towards TSG, based on what we have seen. Some promising results throughout the stage. But I mean, it's so difficult. These two have had such identical results, even against like really good teams. For instance, I mean, I'm looking across now. Like TSG didn't win a round against EP, but equally, Dream Warriors only able to gather the 2. So it's been very, very close between these two throughout the entire stage, and so I think it is probably quite deserving of an overtime.
It's just waiting on everyone to get into the lobby, waiting on one to sort out Moss, and then we can get going for this matchup. A quick reminder, by the way, that this is Super Sunday to close out APL. So APAC North will be, of course, as yesterday, following OCE, and then following APAC North will be Asia, and then actually following Asia once again will be SAL. It's been pretty much 24/7 siege here on the main channel over I guess yesterday and today. It's a lot of siege to get through with playoffs coming very, very soon. It's all been kind of ramped up towards the back end of the group stage, which playoffs is going to be exciting across all 3 of the sub-regions in APL, considering what's on the line to make the major qualifier LAN, which I think early consensus is, you've got 2 very much standout teams in Asia. I think OCE will be a little bit more up in the air since there's 3 teams in OCE. APAC North, well, you get 4 slots, so the big dogs will be qualifying, your CAGs, your VRXs, your D+s. The 4th slot then, is it a PSG Talon? You know, who's really going to contest them out of like an Enterforce or a Keenatrope? Scars still trying to even make playoffs. There's a lot happening over in APAC North, guys. To see Scars in 8th feels like a daydream scenario. They play Keenatrope later today, and it's a must-win game for both of those two teams. So APAC North is all sorted in terms of their current top 4 seedings, and the bottom 4 all trying to get out of the bottom 2 situation, especially with some big names like Scars. It's going to be very intriguing to see how APAC North shapes up after OCE.
Yeah, certainly agree. It sets the stage for the major call for being quite entertaining. We do have a little bit of an update as to this TSG Dream Warriors matchup. It should be getting underway in really a moment's time. We had a MOS issue for one of the players who have since relaunched as of about a minute ago now, so can only assume that they will be joining the lobby shortly, and we will be able to get this match underway. Have you given your prediction for this matchup, or did I zone out?
No, I did. The slight favourite to TSG. Very slight. I mean, it's not convincing. And I mean,
okay, that's a bit of a landslide.
In terms of social predictions, I wouldn't back that in at all. 88% to 12%. There was one that was yesterday quite funny, where I think it was like 89 to 11% in favour. What was it? Was it the Man LFO Outlast game? I think, or I can't recall. Or was it Asia last night? I don't know, but it basically was like completely a fluffed social prediction vote. This one's certainly not that much of a discrepancy. I do wonder what the players are feeling coming into this. I mean, like, let's be real for a second here. It's not as if these two teams are thinking, "Oh, win and we're into playoffs, so maybe we can go all the way and make the major." I think they understand where they're at in the region, but because if you feel that way, do you still then put emphasis on making playoffs? But that might be the goal for the two teams, is to just make playoffs.
Yeah, I think it's just about match time. The more matches you can get under your belt, the better. And by making playoffs, you can get that really critical best of 3 experience, which I think will be quite valuable for them. And then I guess they can use that to build into preparations for SILCQ to wrap up the year, probably. Good tester, though, for this particular matchup. A big best of 1. TSG to kick it off defensively. The bands in play: Clash, Valkyrie, Monty, and Blackbeard. So a lot of shields off the board. And we do head to Kitchen for the opening site here, so a bit of a change of tempo here from defense. TSG going to one of the sites which typically isn't first on the chopping block.
Still to follow this game, before we do get to APAC North, I should mention, of course, we've got Enterprise versus Outlast. That is kind of a dead rubber in theory. Ludovica are in the #1 seed right now, guys, so technically Enterprise need a result. They're 1 point behind Ludovica, so you can do the math. Even an OT loss would get them tied and back into the #1 seed on head-to-head. But it does mean if some kind of travesty, if EP were to lose to Outlast, that yes, actually, Ludovica would finish first seed, Enterprise would finish second seed. Eraser with the opening pick here, though, in this one, and a second one with the headshot onto ACOG.
Oh, did Frilo fall off the map? I think he did, and Eraser falls. So that's unfortunate. It's kind of flipped pretty quickly back in favor of TSG. Only momentarily, though, Frilo able to be rezzed. And still a ton of utility available to attack. Double shock drone as well. 4 Bs as well for Wizard. So in the end, it's not the worst result here for attack. Freelo's position, though, will now be pretty compromised. Low on HP with the O, so typically you want a bit of a buffer. And unfortunately, Reels gets caught. Clean shot from Loyal. 3 versus 3, but advantage now. Well, I want to say momentarily back towards defense. Machine, though, gets caught on the cross. So pretty messy mid-round between the two, but that's probably to be expected in this kind of matchup.
Loyal.
Or he's susceptible to the foot shot. Oh!
Oh. He actually would have
Timing.
got the down on the foot shot as well.
That
But
would have
they
been insta-kill.
Well, he wouldn't have known Freelo was dropped off the roof.
Yeah, I suppose potentially. He wouldn't have known that, so maybe didn't want to take the risk on the foot shot, yeah. Obviously, we're privy to that information, and he was not. TSG a player down. Still, though, a tricky round for the attack to navigate. No hard breach. Utility expended. Freelo low on HP. They'll need to make this trophy hit work.
Oh, nice catch by Loyal onto Freelo. And suddenly now the time against Dream Warriors. It feels like they've always had slight advantage in this round, but when it comes down to the busy end of it, they've started to crumble. Kaken on the drop without the kit, just spraying and praying. He had no idea where TSG were located. Well, scrappy, messy to start things off, but what was always expected to be a scrappy and messy game between these two. TSG take the opening round.
Yeah, it all kicked off with a Razor, big double. They got caught by the Nitros. Freelo fell, was able to be revived, and the top floor clear was pretty clean in the end from Dream Warriors, but final execute with that backline still in play. No hard breach from attack and limited utility, as well as Freelo dying before that push came through. And put Loyalith in a position to be very impactful, long range DMR, hit his shots, and TSG able to claim round 1. Over to bedroom for round number 2.
We haven't seen Chalet a lot this stage in OCE. It's only been played once. I was actually just quietly thinking to myself, I feel like I haven't done Chalet in a little while, and rightfully pretty low on games played in the group stage. It's been an okay spread in terms of map selection in OCE. Strangely, our border hasn't been selected at all this stage in OCE. Chalet just the one time, now twice with this selection. Skyscraper once. And as we've kind of seen in other of the regions in APL, Lair has really risen in its map play. Freelo once again going for the OCE shield on the balcony nearby to bathroom and piano. We'll go for a double layer. As long as he doesn't fall off this time, then he will have a bit more of an opportunity to get involved in the round.
Yeah, Lair had 0 plays in stage 1, and currently the most played at 4 for stage 2. Early control again from Eraser, looking to aggress. Already find himself in Solarium as Saro falls, so he won't have access then to those Maestro cameras to be proactive on them.
Good pick from Freelo.
Falls. Yeah.
Trade by ACOG. Good little run out from Mud. Frag grenade thrown. Wizard lost his life. That's the Grim down. Just the tempo now slows down in the mid round, which is a bit of a flip from the opening round. 3-1 start for Eraser. Has been lively for Dream Warriors. Haken trying to find the angle, but shot over his head. Loyal will get the kill onto Reelers, and suddenly Dream Warriors are struggling in this second round. Eraser trying to play the long battle, but there's one closer by inside Piano. Looks like he's aware of that now. Good clear with help from Kaken, and he gets the second as well onto Machine. And from a 2-4 advantage, now all tied up heading into the final 30 seconds.
Yeah, Loyal lurking below though. We'll be able to spot out that plant. Also has the flank potential through Solot. Ned just needs to hold on the long angle here and make this push a little bit more difficult. Provide some contest as Eraser goes for the plant.
Nice denial, though. The solace and the impact of what you can still have with that scanner. Kaken went for the quick tap, maybe expecting Loyal to still be down below. Now he has to stick it, and it's an easy clear for Loyalist TSG. They have not been clinical. They've not been clean, but they have found 2 rounds.
They're doing a good job to lean into the Solace win con there towards the end. Good composure to stay below. Loyalist didn't panic and go for an unnecessary flank. They didn't get off to the best of starts. Syro felt early. This clear as well from Kaken and Eraser was pretty deadly. Good combination. But then Loyalist down below played that win con perfectly. Then re-aggressed up to make it a 2v1 fight for any trade potential. So that was some really clean work. TSG off to a good start here defensively.
I mean, sometimes you've just got to win the scrappy rounds, and then once you actually start to clean things up a little bit, then you just pull away. Loyal's been great to start, 6-0. He's had help from others as well. On the flip side, Eraser's been the shining light for Dream Warriors. Kind of said coming into the game, Kaken and Reelers were the ones to look to, and yeah, Kaken's got a couple of kills. Reelers slow to get going. But as much as we also said Ned and ACOG were the ones to watch for TSG, it's Loyal 6-0. So it's, you know, Loyal and Eraser, as I kind of said coming into the game, it's maybe not always the players you expect, and that can be the difference, is getting players to kind of stand up, have a big game in what is a big game for these two teams that maybe have had down stages. So far, we're seeing that come to the forefront rather than the top players continuing to frag.
So an office extension then in play for TSG. Loyal playing that currently. And he actually does find a kill right on cue.
It's a third opening kill.
Freeload. Yeah. Out onto the front bulk position.
Oh, sorry, it's not. I got confused. Our spreadsheet has Dream Warriors in red for some reason, and TSG are red in this game. Orange.
Okay.
And no kills yet for Freelo. And also by getting rid of the Finker, no adrenal surges, and Kaken's kneecaps have just been shredded. Combination of Loyalist and Machine. And the attack for Dream Warriors this time now not even looking likely of an opportunity. But a fight back from Wizard. Big pick onto Syro. And Wizard will actually drop. He'll clear out Backstore. But does he feel comfortable enough to eventually go for a plant? Losing teammates elsewhere. Realist still struggling to get off the mark. Loyal will get downed. Wizard dealt with, though, by ACOG, and Machine with the shotgun on a Razor. A third consecutive round acquired for TSG.
Yeah, TSG looking really good here at the moment. Even despite Dream Warriors finding that pocket of space in towards site, they dealt with that pretty well, and that was, of course, aided by finding 2 opening kills. Pretty much uncontested. Loyalist clean over towards front bulk, and then Kaken got absolutely shredded on the blitz, entered with 0 support, tried to make a bit of a hero play from that position and got caught in the cross. Yeah, good assistance there from Machine to clean it up. 2 versus 2, things got a little bit dicey, but then the retake up above was smooth. Loyal up to 7 kills in this matchup. Dream Warriors struggling to lay a blow. They call a tactical timeout after that first rotation and looking to recompose for rounds 4, 5, 6.
And I feel like these kind of rounds coming out of the timeouts are kind of make or break. More often than not, we do see teams statistically look more likely to win rounds out of their timeouts. So if you lose it, it feels really damning. Not a good feeling to kind of talk things over and adjust, and then you come out and you lose the next one. And honestly, I wasn't expecting this to be one-sided, so it really shouldn't end up in that way. You can kind of get off to a fast start, and then maybe Dream Warriors peg it back, but ultimately this would be really disappointing if Dream Warriors just get smashed here. So big fourth round coming up for Dream Warriors out of the tactical timeout. Talk things over. It's a sideways Sawyer gate. And I think that's going to be the intriguing thing for me moving forward is the Denari and Aruni sort of interaction. And there are similarities, but Denari, to me, feels way more versatile as an operator. Hence why we're starting to see its selection really more often.
5 seconds left.
Deploying razor wire.
Attacker's objective is to defuse the bomb.
Yeah, I think at this point I'm really looking at probably Kaken specifically here from Dream Warriors to be the one that kind of leads the team to a recovery effort here. I actually looked across at the numbers for him at this stage. He's rated 8th in the league. He has had a really good standout performance for a player that's been for so long trying to find his feet and a bit of stability. This is the kind of match though where you need to perform well and be a standout player on the team and get firing. He hasn't quite had that moment just yet. I mean, we saw his attempted clear with, I believe it was a Razor in the opening round, but then, last round with the Blitz, for instance, just maybe trying a bit too hard and playing a low percentage on the Blitz. So I'll be keeping an eye on him to have impact as we go forward. A Razor, again, quick entry, Solar, but this time dismissed.
Machine!
I mean, he's had good success from that position, but this time out, Machine ready and waiting.
Syro is the only one that's really struggling for TSG. Big pick from Kaken as you're hyping him up. He goes and finds a huge kill onto Loyal. That's his first death of the game. Machine having his better match of the stage here as well in a do-or-die cutthroat elimination game. Gasbabe on the repel window.
Oh, someone slipped in. Dead.
And,
okay.
Well, the slip in for real is he's going to slip up and he's going to die to Ned.
And there was no one to follow up with that pressure, so high risk, but ultimately low reward play.
Yeah, essentially just a solo push like it's ranked. Machine's been playing really well in this game. Rookie stage for him. Would he confirm playoffs with the rest of his team? And I feel like of the two teams as well, in terms of who could cause a boil-over upset, TSG, I think, are the more likely of the two teams. If Ned, ACOG, Loyal just pop off one night, they could probably cause an upset. 40 seconds left in the round. Frelo trying to just get some information to relay over to Kaken and Wizard. Wizard, of course, had his debut stage in stage 1 with Saga. Thought he put together a pretty decent stage, but stage 2 he hasn't quite had as many moments. Kaken, nice kill from above. Advantage back over to Dream Warriors.
Yeah, and ACOG isolated now. His position was spotted before by Frelo. Does get the first 15 seconds. May force the drop from Kaken.
Heard the drop and has the position and gets the kill, but he can't beat Frelo. That one coming right down to the end. Dream Warriors on the board here on Chalet.
Yeah, very dicey there towards the end. When Kaken got forced into the drop, I got concerned. He ultimately did go on to lose that fight. Had to be the sacrificial lamb, but Frelo played really good follow-up. Start to the round was rough. A Razor fell and Reelers had no impact. But Frelo garnered really good information and provided good pressure on that OSA. They knew where everybody on the defense was situated towards the end. It was made awkward there by the Malusi, but ultimately they did clean up and able to hit the scoreboard. Was a really critical round off the back of that tactical timeout to find some form. We'll see if they can tap into that now, attacking the bedroom for round number 5.
Yeah, look, again, it came down to a 1v1, but Kaken is the one that really opened up that round. He's been really solid so far. Dream Warriors on the board, get an attacking round out of the timeout. Not the most convincing round win, but you just take them any way you can get them in a match like this, as TSG have been doing themselves. We've played 4 rounds, so it's a decent body of work to look at, but clearly it's not going to be the most concise, structured siege where, you know, methods are going to be the difference maker. It's going to come down to these little moments, 1v1s. It's just a straight 1v1. I know ACOG was in a 1v3, but once you get it down to that 1v1, it's very, very much winnable. Little moments are going to make big differences. See whether or not Dream Warriors can kick on from this round win. Kaken clearly feeling it. Goes for the upside down rappel outside bedroom.
Deploy the clear shield.
Denaro tripwires here over towards Solar to just make this entry a little bit more difficult. Eraser has pushed this commonly in the early round, and TSG looking to make that more awkward, perhaps force some utility clearance as well, eat up a frag grenade. They are positioned a little bit awkwardly though, so landing it may be a little bit tough. Eraser just wanting to triple check that he can clear it. Has taken a lot of time. I mean, we're already at the midpoint of the round. Eraser has been looking to enter well before that previously. They do eventually EMP that utility. Eraser to push forward. Saro, you can hear close by, has now fallen back as those logic bombs ring out. As we encroach on a minute to go, still 10 players up inside of the server. Dreamweaver is looking to posture for this solar side hit.
60 seconds, and I don't think anything's really happened in this round. As you said, solar side hit. Someone to open up the left side reinforced wall, but TSG are giving Dream Warriors nothing. Staying composed, tucked in, forcing clear. Longer angle has been opened up now through Solar into Closet and beyond. Wizard to just slip in and say, well, we're not really getting much from them. We'll see if we can force the issue. And he went for the plant and baited in the Solus. That is some really good gameplay. ACOG jump out, head jab, and then back in. But it's a second kill found for Dream Warriors. In the post plant they go, now with a big advantage.
Yeah, much better from Dream Warriors. 1v5, ACOG can pad stats, but he's not winning this one out. Clean work from the attack. Yeah, Wizard did a really good job there. The counterplay there onto the Solus was far better than what we saw previously. They certainly took a mental note of that and were better prepared for it this time around. They were really patient on the solar clear. Eraser didn't throw his body away for free. Yeah, rewarded with a clean plant and then denying any retake attempt. The attacks continue to get better here for Dream Warriors.
I just think the Solus play in isolation is normal and it's fine, but you've got no pressure above, so he can just freely look down. If there was a little bit more pressure towards the plant position, you maybe don't feel as capable of being able to just freely look, you know, go for the tap and then look down through the floorboards and try and find that Solus. It has to be the, you know, sort of the team as a whole collectively helping that strategy to the best of its ability. It feels like they almost were like, we'll just give them the space, hope they go for the plant, and the Solus is the win con. And then when the Solus dies, it's like, oh, now we've got to shuffle the deck chairs a little bit, and by that point the round is lost. 2 rounds in a row for Dream Warriors, and clearly whatever was said throughout the tactical timeout has worked. And now it's game on. The early advantage for TSG evaporating now to just a single round difference. And all of this is, by the way, still without Reelers having any kind of impact here for Dream Warriors. Just 1 and 4 for one of their higher rated players on the roster. Wizard has really stood up. Eraser's had a good game, and Kaken's really led from the front. Final round of the half in a do or die elimination game. Lose and you're in the bottom, well, the bottom 2, I guess, in theory, the bottom 1 for OCE. You will not play playoffs, win and you're in. Uh-oh. Well, no rehost and under 2 minutes and 30 seconds means TSG will cop the brunt of it here on that issue. They lose their top-rated player. Mentally, as I've always said, guys, you've got to treat it as if he just got picked on the window peak. Like, it's just a normal death. You can't just look at it as, oh, you know, this has happened to us. 5v4 is not impossible.
Yeah, not impossible. Naturally, statistically, their chances do diminish significantly, but a good team can fight. Backs against the wall. It's a really important round for TSG to not drop their heads and let it impact them too negatively. Dream Warriors are currently at the benchmark of a 2-round attacking half. A 3-rounder, though, would give them an advantage heading on to defense. Equally for Dream Warriors, it's important that they recompose and don't let that switch up their playstyle all too much. Here, Belt of Utility for Kaken on the Capitao. Looking to extend that in a moment's time as Ned contests. Flames did rain out from Kaken. I'm presuming that's for the library clear. And was. Wizard does double down on the pain here, though, for TSG. ACOG falls. Ken flick cams. Ned may be able to have impact here on the Oryx, but Syro and Machine are going to be under assault on site.
Down. Keeps things interesting in this round. Moves it back up. 4v3. Advantage still for Dream Warriors. Into the final 30 seconds, though. Double Nitro available, but it's going to be up close with the shotgun for Machine. That's going to have a real impact. Will he be fast enough on the trigger? He will. Takes out Freeload. TSG now back with a good chance. Saw the drop down in towards Bart. Syro losing his life. Ned now on the flank through Fireplace. Will he get into a good position to deny this plan? Inside of Bart. Needs to swing and swing now. The timing, it's everything. Good cover as well by Eraser. Machine has got 2 to beat here in the post plant. And seemingly unlikely that he's going to be capable of winning this one unless Dream Warriors really mess this up.
Yeah, it's going to take a big effort here from Machine. Still has Nitro. Wizard is low. Not impossible. He could win this out.
I mean, it's not impossible. Never is impossible, but there's only 14 seconds left. You still haven't even cleared out one player. Easy for Eraser. Easy for Dream Warriors. 3 in a row for TSG. Follows up to 3 in a row for Dream Warriors. And we've got a tech pause to sort out, of course, Loyalith, which, yeah, again, it sucks and it really did diminish in that round considering it did get brought back to being close, but I always just liken it to, you know, in that instance where he was located, you peek the window, maybe you die to a player on the roof. It's the same net outcome in terms of what the outcome is, and you can't change that. There's no point moaning about it, which they didn't. But yeah, game on heading into the second half.
Yeah, game on indeed. Again, very much setting the stage that there's a very high likelihood of an overtime between these two. It's again triple shield, ban, blitz, Blackbeard, clash, and then Azami to round things off. Last round unfortunate for TSG. They did battle back pretty fiercely though, Machine especially. Good hold over towards Library Stairs, then got caught in the 1 versus 2. Took a long time to try and progress though in towards site. Didn't give himself the greatest of opportunities, but again, such a low percentage play in the post 1v2, and it was always a challenge. Now just waiting on a bit of an update as to Loyalist's status. It sounds like he has had a net drop, and so we'll update you guys as soon as we know if and when he'll be rejoining the server. But hopefully we'll be able to get him back in without a rehost. Also means we've been able to play out the bans as well. Loyalist has actually been playing quite well this afternoon as well, so he was unfortunately pretty sorely missed in that previous round. But not much can be done about it now. It's all about just refocusing and moving forward.
Machine Life Game says K-Kid, and honestly, I don't think he's really all that wrong. Machine's been really, really good in this match, but I think it's also a testament to a rookie that, you know, you're playing on a team that's clearly not had a lot of success, and then it's always just naturally going to be a little bit more difficult to shine. But also, more importantly, you're now to the very last day of group stage. It's a lot of siege that he's now had under his belt this stage to feel more comfortable, understand what needs to be done. The natural progression of players, I think, is always going to be, more often than not, slow start but followed by gradual improvement. There are, of course, the select few that kind of burst onto the scene.
Well, that doesn't look good. Oh no.
Oh, well, looks like we're going to head to a rehost off the back of that one, from a short tech into the rehost, as is always the case. We leave this game at 3-3 at the half. When we return, we will decide which team makes playoffs.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Yep, see that right there? I feel like you need to get around that.
It's a bit of an upgrade.
So, next up, Pina Picante. All right, this is the next level of spicy. I believe we've got a bunch of the sauce on the top, so make sure you grab some of that. That's good. So, how has the introduction of Siege X affected your approach to the game? Any changes that you've noticed in your official games?
Not really. I think most of my games style has been the same. Just run in and shoot people.
That's all you know how to do?
Yep.
I feel like you haven't had enough of the spicy, but can you see the sauce? Get a bit more of that on you.
Only the sauce.
You said you're not good with spice, huh?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Eat a bit more of the sauce, come on. I'm not letting you get out of this
Just
easy.
whereabouts.
Whereabouts?
Yeah.
Look for the sauce. Do you want any Fisher guy to come in here and tell you about like where the sauce is or what? There we go.
Like
Yeah, that's more like it. All right, fight back. Come on, dude.
that. I'm fighting already.
All right, so you said Siege X changes made no difference. Take another bite and then tell me about like all the little map ingredients, the fire extinguishers, the gas pipes. Come on, you can't tell me you haven't noticed them. They're in the game. People love talking about the new sound. Yeah, all right, good. Get on that. All right, tell me about the new sound. Tell me about the new map ingredients.
At first, I thought the sound was shit. I was like crashing out in like 10 minutes. Cause I think I went maybe like 3 and 10. But then the sound was pretty good. I actually like it now. And then the fire extinguishers, I don't even shoot them. I think they're already shot most of the time.
Cool story, bro. All right, we only have one more question, which is disappointing because I want to make you eat these wings for a lot longer until you're crying, ideally. Because you look fine so far. We have ice cream if you need it, and the fact that you haven't needed it yet means that I really want you to go hard on this last one.
invincible, like it's a game. Oh, what a way to frame me. I know I shouldn't care, but I'm over being you. And maybe it's all in my head, 'cause it's time for something new. I'm not even famous, but all you blaming on some lame excuse. And maybe it's all in my head, 'cause it's time for
So we return to this relegation decider, playoff decider. Dream Warriors with a good little run heading into the rehost, winning the last 3 rounds straight. As TSG now need to respond after they got off to a flyer, Guz. They won the opening 3 rounds. Not in the most convincing fashion, I'll add. A bit of scrappiness. And maybe the 3 rounds that Dream Warriors won post their tactical timeout looked a little bit more convincing at times. But nevertheless, all tied up, all square, heading into the second half. Still difficult to get the full read on this, but certainly Dream Warriors have the momentum, although hard to maybe say coming out of the rehost as we head top floor, bedroom office, 7th round. Dream Warriors now defending.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Yeah, I presume just due to the nature of how the round history is inputted, we did have to go through the bans, but they are replicated from what we saw prior to the rehost, so triple shield ban plus Azami. And hopefully Cthulhu is, Nuttery is back, sorry. Hello, Nuttery. Wouldn't mind seeing this setup. I believe it is the top floor in play here for round number 7. Yeah, and you're right, TSG certainly setting the tone towards the tail end of that first half, that they're not going down without a fight. Did a really good job after their tactical timeout to reset, played some really good counter-attacking siege, which is good to watch. And so we'll see how that now goes whilst they are on the attack. Sorry, it was Dream Warriors actually. Correction. That of course turned things around.
Yeah, and it wasn't Nuttery's fault, by the way. It wasn't the observer at the sleep at the wheel. It was the production. It's just sleep at the wheel.
Sorry, Nuttery. My bad. I thought it might have been a case. There have been instances in the past, like way back in the day, where observers have literally fallen asleep during matches. I was getting a bit concerned that you may have fallen asleep, but...
well, hang on, which observers have fallen asleep during matches? It wouldn't be Alex McCullum, would it?
It wasn't Alex.
Okay. Oh, this is... I was going to say, that was about to be some really easy Bravo work. That almost looked way too comfortable. So TSG will get at least 3 rounds with the Montang. When you kind of look at the Blitz Blackbeard bands, you imagine the Monty will likely then follow suit. Speaking of, now pushing towards Piano, getting some information. A decent amount of utility in here that the Bravo actually could have been also trying to get. EDS, bulletproof camera. Opted for the electric claw on the wall. Didn't get it. S-Babe thrown. Kaken first dead. That's Saro to find the pick. Over on the balcony towards Ego. And so far, good live droning from ACOG on the Monty. Now Lawyer wanting to put pressure over towards Bathroom on Reelers. Reeler loses out to net. There's a good headshot from Loyalist. Has the adrenal surge just to get him a little bit more health. Nitro from Wizard has to be perfect here through the gap. No, it's not. And the plant will be successful.
TSG coming out of the gates firing here on their opening attack of the half. Plant down. No retake available. And it's flawless. The banter in the chat for this game, I will say, for the bottom 2 rated teams has been pretty exquisite. Highlight reel of the prior round. Loyalist back in farming form after rejoining the server. And overall just a pretty clinical piece of work there from the attacker breaking down that defense.
attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
So after building that momentum, Dream Warriors halted a little bit here on defense initially.
It has been a game of momentum swings so far. I wonder if we're in for another one here with TSG. Loyalist now 9-2 in this game. Clear front runner for this match's MVP.
10 seconds to go.
So they lead by 1 round. They've had statistically the best player as well. Started off hot. Dream Warriors brought it back.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Did peg this match as being close and going down to the wire, maybe even overtime looking more likely than not. It's shaping up to be that way. Not a lot separating these two teams. Only one will be able to advance to playoffs though, and the other, their stage will be done. And now that I think about it as well, guys, if you lose this game, when's the next time you play Siege competitively?
SILCQ, right?
Yeah, LCQ.
Which is probably, I don't know, 3 to 4 months away, so quite the break. Loyalist again lighting up the kill feed. He's been really good today. Traded by the Nitro.
Wizard. Wizard has really started to stand up. And speaking of Nitros, well, they've had impact in this round now for Dream Warriors. A second Nitro has hit the building. Wonderful stuff here from Dream Warriors. They go 4 versus 3 up, and they deal with Loyalist. Loyalist, of course, is now into double-digit territory with that kill that he got earlier, finding that opening pick. Oh, not another one. I don't think there's anyone there, though. Actually didn't even realize there was still another Nitro Cell available. Completely forgot about the fact that for the Sentry, you do get the Nitro and the deployable shield if you so choose those.
Dream Warriors peeling back towards the objective now. Razor now left over towards Master Bedroom. Wizard retains his position, trophy stairs. TSG looking to try and flush this out with flames and pressure down below.
Oh,
but they don't catch a very good timing. Ned already had reposition over towards West Main. It didn't get caught from the window either.
Good swing, good clear. Ned headshot onto Reelers. Now gives a little bit of a lifeline here for TSG. Wizard, though. Well, he is a wall. Haycock to try and do something special, but Kaken shuts down that immediately. And we go 4-4, all tied up. Big round from Dream Warriors. And turning the tide in that round with their Nitrocell usage. Just when it felt like TSG were maybe getting a little bit on top, and it's into another tech.
Yeah, really good double Nitro here from Dream Warriors. That ended up being one of the big difference makers for them in the round. The flush out from a utility standpoint wasn't too bad from TSG. They just positionally, they mistimed that clear a little bit and made things a little bit more challenging for themselves than they otherwise would have liked there towards the end. So a little bit unfortunate. Another tech pause called as you highlighted. Not entirely sure what this one entails, but hopefully we can get said player back in pretty quickly.
Going to be one of those games, isn't it? OCE has been the unfortunate region out of all of APL when it comes to the tech issues this stage for whatever reason. So 4-4 all tied up. And still hard to really get the gauge on this game. I will say I think maybe Dream Warriors are starting to get more players involved, whereas for TSG it feels almost like Loyalist or Bust. They need to get Ned and ACOG really into the game and having more of an impact inside of the server. Now, we had a pretty similar day yesterday, guys, for OCE, right? Tech issues galore, behind schedule. Guess who came and saved the day? Enterprise with 25-minute beatdown. Now, guess who's the game after this? It's EP. I wonder if they're in the same mood as yesterday. If they are, Outlast could be in for some trouble. Outlast, of course, had nothing to play for. Enterprise do need a win as well to get top spot, so they'll probably come into it with high expectation of playing well. I don't know if they can go 25 minutes well, though. That was a 7-0 against TSG, who look obviously far better today. Bappen was very instrumental in that win for Enterprise.
Do you have a score prediction for that next game?
Probably 7-2 EP. I think I could see Outlast stealing a couple of rounds. It was good to see Neptune come back in, and for Outlast yesterday, he was amazing. 16-3 in their win against Man LFO, and they looked like a reinvigorated team, confirming, of course, their playoff position with that win. And yeah, I would say 7-2 is probably what I'm thinking for that one. Unfortunately, it is going to be another break due to the ongoing issues in this game. Still 4-4. Hopefully next time when we come back, third time will be the charm.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Yep, see that right there? I feel like you need to get around that.
It's a bit of an upgrade. You sure?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, okay.
All right, so, Bappen, for my last question, I actually I dialed up one of your friends, and we had a little bit of a comment from our dear friend and fellow player, Lunchbox, and he had something to say. We were asking him, what he thought about you as a player.
Bappen is Fisher Guy made. So last stage, Bappen didn't make playoffs, so he came bottom 2 out of 8 teams, and without Fisher Guy telling him how to breathe, he doesn't know how to play the game.
Take a big bite out of that one. You see all the good red stuff?
No.
Get around all that, all of it. Yep, the lick. Yep. So, what do you have to say to Lunchbox and the rest of the region?
I think he's right. But I didn't have fish, but I also had president, so it's like two ends of the spectrum, I'm sure he knows he's president's his coach, and that's why he came second.
How you doing there?
It's good.
You want some water?
No.
I feel like you need to really get around this because, oh my god. I really shouldn't have licked it. Can you just do that as well? Can you?
No.
Oh my god. You see that little red bit there? Flip it. Yep. See that right there? I feel like you need to get around that.
It's a bit of an upgrade.
Oh my god. Okay, I'm sorry. These first two were.
Yeah.
These first two were piss weak.
Yeah, I wasn't ready.
That third one was serious.
It's not even that hot.
So you played box in stage 1. Bit more of a challenge than you expected, perhaps.
What do you mean?
I mean, he played pretty well, didn't he? The whole team did pretty well.
Yeah, they did all right.
No?
I don't know. I wouldn't be happy with second place. So.
We were second last place a year ago.
Yeah, but now we're up, so it's sure.
Okay. Well, maybe Box is onto something. Maybe Fisher Guy is the difference for you. So what do you reckon is the difference between you and Lunchbox then? As players, your teams?
I think maybe he got reached out to play in my position, maybe before.
Well, Bappen's saying he's wouldn't be happy with second place. They need to win in the game after this to avoid second place.
Attackers need to locate.
So
If we get to it.
Wait, we get to it.
When we get to it, hopefully.
Bomb located by attackers.
Well, hopefully we can remain stable in this matchup now, heading into the final stages of this game.
Think of the magnet as your lucky charm. Activate. Now you see me?
Despite only having 3 games each OCE play day, the tech issues have really made it sure that it still runs to the regular scheduling.
Calibrating air compression. All set.
10 seconds remaining.
5 attacker repick here for TSG. Our game's the side of choice for Dream Warriors.
Attackers objective.
10 and 3 now for Loyalist. 1 and 6 for Syro. So opposite ends for those two. 1 and 5 for Freelo. 8 and 6 for Wizard. Wizard has actually just quietly now put together a really, really big game. It was Kaken who was the one that started really hot for Dream Warriors, but Wizard has now picked up the mantle. I'm going to go with the Glaz Sens combo for TSG.
I wonder if this shapes up to be super direct here.
Wizard hasn't spotted the drone in the corner.
Inside?
Yep.
That's not
still there. No one's on it though, I imagine. Nitro thrown. Doesn't quite hit.
Time to roll.
ROU's pre-placed here by Syro. He'll look to toggle them for the push. Although they have now been cleared.
Air jab ready to knock them out.
A good impact play there from Reelers. That does really take the sting out of this attack now. No ROU's left in pocket. Ned does fortunately still have a belt of util available on Capital, and so they can play around that. And of course, ACOG will be a key player in the round on the Monty. He can apply pressure with shield in hand. Diffuser in hand as well. Solo play on the opposing side of the map. The rest of the team will look to play around this for the Mez clear.
I think he's just trying to draw attention towards himself here,
Yeah,
ACOG.
I think so too.
And maybe allow the machine to then come in and play off of him. Sorry, finds the opening pick onto Freela. It's a double stack top library stairs. Machine continues to creep forward. Lights elsewhere. Wizard forced back. Multi-push from ACOG has been successful. And Wizard then walks into the trap of Machine. And so far, it's been a really solid attack here from True Synergy Gaming. Razor droned out towards Library. Kaken holds in bar stock as the only one in sight. Razor's going to go for the push, but runs right into the bullets fired by Ned. Not much Kaken can do from here. In fact, there's basically nothing that Kaken can do from here. Ned will put an end to the round. TSG go 5-4 up. They are now 2 rounds away from securing playoffs.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the switch up from TSG that round. The initial plan, which it seemed to be direct library control, didn't really work out. And then ACOG made a good rotation, got back up, applied good pressure over towards library stairs, and then the sweep in horizontally really crunched the defense well. So TSG now with the lead. They'll call a tactical timeout despite winning that round, sensing that the forthcoming round or two are critically important and wanting to talk things over. Additional bans as well, of course, in play. And so truly a triple shield ban lineup for the attack now with the Monty unavailable. And for defense, the mirror has been taken away.
Timeout used for TSG. You don't often see a team win a round, call a tactical timeout, but I guess with the bans in play, no shield options outside of Fuse, kind of just talk about how they want to maybe close this out, how they want to play stylistic-wise. Bedroom office. 2 rounds away for TSG. Dream Warriors, the dream of playoffs, now starting to fade unless they can bring this game back. Overtime is an option. There is no need to win in regulation for either of the two teams. Overtime wins are good enough to still win and go through. So in theory, 2 rounds away for Dream Warriors to at least get this game into overtime. TSG 2 rounds away from winning outright. 1 at least from OT as a safety blanket. They just got their noses in front for what's turning out to be a close game as expected. Who will be the difference makers? Who will stand up in the moments? In the previous round, there wasn't really any kind of moment for Dream Warriors. They were resoundly beaten.
5 seconds remaining. Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
I'm reloading.
So top floor then for round 10. And I'm presuming a lot of this push will be centered around the Glaz once ACOG is able to reposition accordingly. Deimos as well should offer good vert pressure from down below, but that will require a clear. Wizard there currently will have Nitro in pocket, and I believe Dining was also reinforced to help aid in this clear, and indeed it is. Electrified too. Nate is posturing outside of Trophy for that entry position, but easier said than done. Eraser also offering pressure from Fireplace, so 3-2 split here defensively. Util dump over towards Solar Stairs initially. Wizard does fall though, so Ned's actually made that push successful, jumping straight into Trophy. And that's really going to begin applying a lot of pressure defensively from down below. Unless Eraser can maybe maneuver across and start contesting that, but that's a big win for TSG.
Yeah, and Ned now 6-1 since the rehost started quietly for TSG, but has become very dominant in this game alongside Loyalith. Speaking of, finds the kill onto Reelers, who has had little to no impact in this match. Now 2 and 8 for Reelers. Big kill though from Eraser to shut down one of the main targets of TSG. Death mark on his location, but he's on the other side of the map. Ned will turn his attention towards the site. ACOG still posted up here on the solar repel. Sorry, down below, so really good solar control here for TSG. Oh, Ned got the first and was ready for the second. Good shot from Kaken. Won't give up on the round, but it is done. Ned to confirm this round. So all the big names for TSG getting involved towards the back end of this one. TSG confirm overtime at minimum. They have that safety blanket, but most importantly, they've got 2 opportunities to confirm playoffs. And it would unfortunately be the dream over for Dream Warriors. Playoffs will not beckon for them if they could not win 2 rounds straight.
Yeah, that was massive from Ned, who's now top rated in the lobby, going 12-4, 89% cost. He opened things up with the Deimos initially, had really good ground, and then was then able to have impact as well towards the tail end and get some major picks as well. And so, in some respects, this match is shaping up as we kind of expected TSG to most probably from here narrowly win. Again, probably expected maybe that margin to be a little bit closer, but TSG on attack have shown, yeah, some really good prowess, surgically taking down some of these positions from Dream Warriors, and overall it's probably having slightly better team synergy than perhaps we saw in that first half from Dream Warriors, where on occasion they were a little bit disconnected, especially early on. It took that tactical timeout for them to really recompose. And so the tactical timeout from TSG, oddly enough, off the back of a round win as well, does seem to be a positive for them, winning the following round and setting themselves up now with a couple of match points to close it.
Backs up against the wall for Dream Warriors. TSG now know full well that they are this close to playoffs. All about just converting. And Ned with the opening pick. They have dominated this department of the match. Reelers has had no impact. PSG were able to sneak into playoffs back in stage 1 over Outlast. And almost on the verge of doing it once again, this time over Dream Warriors here in stage 2. They did lose Syra, but he's not been one of their more impactful players anyway. Razor up close. ACOG ready to go at a moment's notice on the fuse. Is he aware of the fact that Eraser's holding the closer angle? Ned makes his way towards library stairs. Eraser is not moving and waiting desperately for him to vault in. And this drone, if it keeps going forward... Oh, it does not! It does not spot Eraser.
This will probably get called clear. Ned, though, now has a route over towards the side itself, the horizontal hit. Wizard with foothold advantage. Minute on the clock. Eraser pushes forward.
Oh, no. Eraser needed to hold, but he gets his chance anyway. ACOG went for the pistol shot. Loyal gets the kill onto Freeland. They do know where Eraser is, though, over towards Trophy. Kaken inside of office, trying to play the vert, but he gets tagged up, losing the battle. 40 seconds remaining in the round. Tries to open up more of an avenue. Eraser lost his battle to Machine, and it's all down to Kaken in a 1v3 to avoid elimination. Plant going down from Machine, and the GG called out early by Syra. He's seen enough, and now into the post plant. Kaken could not find the planter. He can't find anything right now. But he has to make his move. Desperately seeking for an advantage to make it a 1v2. And he does do that with the kill onto Ned. It's not GG just yet, and a chance to get the kill onto Machine. But he stays alive on the sliver of health and gives Loyal then the chance to get the dagger of the kill. Dream Warriors knocked out of playoffs by True Synergy Gaming, who book their place in the coming week.
A really good disciplined performance there from TSG, fully deserving of making it through to playoffs. Unfortunate for Dream Warriors, just unable to connect the dots today. They will be, unfortunately, the one and only team to miss out on playoffs here for Stage 2 OCE. That wraps up the game, though. On the other side, it's the final of the group stage, Outlast and Enterprise.
The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Good day, mates. It's Mingoran, head coach for Enterprise Esports. Today, I have date with Jackson Donwell Buppin.
I'm Buppin, player for Enterprise, and this is Vegemite and Fairy Bread.
We will try this one, top on candy. How to say this one?
Fairy Bread.
Fairy bread?
Fairy.
Fairy
Yeah.
bread. This looks
Just eat.
really weird. You love that. You love that.
Oh, it's so good. Eat more.
No. Don't try this at home.
It's not that bad.
So shit.
Sorry.
I never tried this one again. How did you go from casual C to competing at top level? But you're not top level, but yeah.
Come on, bro. I started with my IRL friends from school. It's like a bit of console. And then I think it was like 4 years ago I got a PC, started playing ranked. I've just been grinding since then, I don't know. Nothing too serious in the first like 2 years. But once I started playing like my first blast stage, I knew I had potential. So I just grinded even harder. I worked my way here, so here we are now.
Awesome. Our team is considered one of the best team in the APL right now. Do you agree with that or not?
Yeah, I agree.
I can't agree that.
Why?
We will be humble.
One of us is, you know.
You have confidence for that?
Yeah.
You're best APL team in right now.
You don't have confidence?
I have confidence, but we will be humble for viewers and for chat. Say again.
Yeah. I'm humble.
That's good. If you think we're best team in APL, what do you think you bring that lineup?
What do I bring? I bring the best mechanics, the best comms, some good energy to the team. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, keep talking.
That's all I bring. I'm just there.
Okay, you never bring energy, but okay.
Well, I think so far, Gus, it's fair to say the billing has really lived up to what we kind of expected in our first two games. Ludovica couldn't quite get the job done in regulation. They secure top 2. They miss out, of course, on regional finals. And then our playoff decider match was quite enthralling, quite a contest. And right down to the end, littered a little bit with some tech issues, but that's part and parcel. We head to our final game for OCE today, which the expectation is for Enterprise to kind of just do the job on Outlast. But in saying that, with Neptune's return, provided he is playing today, I didn't actually check if he is or not, but they should be competitive. They've got nothing to lose, everything to gain in the sense of just a bit of pride, which, you know, I think there's something in that. But yeah, for Neptune, it was 16-3 yesterday. He was outstanding, and the team themselves just overall looked like they had an extra pep in their step, and certainly their best game of the stage in the way that they knocked off Man Alafo. Of course, a bigger task today, though.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think by having Neptune in the squad, if he's able to just run in and give him the license to try and frag out, he may be able to be enough of a disruption to look competitive here against Enterprise. But I think we need to be, of course, clear in our expectation here that this should be the case of EP winning comfortably. I think if Outlast play at their best, it may not be a blowout, but it should still be a comfortable victory for EP.
Yeah, I think like 7-2, 7-3 might be where I'm kind of heading with this one. Yeah. Of course, no Jake Kenner yesterday. Seems like no Jake Kenner again today. We'll head to Enterprise. Of course, they were outstanding in their win 7-0 over True Synergy Gaming yesterday, where, as I said, it was like a 25-minute game. Like, there's 7 zeros, and then there's like 20, 25-minute 7 zeros. And I understand, obviously, all 7 zeros are going to be naturally quick, but we're talking about rounds, guys, where they were winning the rounds pretty consistently at the minute and a half mark. Like, these weren't rounds that were right down to the end, 20 seconds left in the round. They were just walking in and destroying their opponents every round. We're talking about opening kill within the first minute of the round, so around that sort of 2-minute mark. Bappin with a clear standout performance absolutely boosted his stats for the stage with the performance that he had. And overall, they're just clearly a team that has responded to that loss earlier in the group stage to Chiefs. Like, they just look switched on again heading into playoffs. It is a kind of must get a point match for them if they do want to secure the number 1 seed. Currently 1 point behind Ludovica, so an OT loss, win, or regulation win will secure them the number 1 spot heading into playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, of course, they'll have their sights set on a quick and relatively straightforward regulation win here. They're not going to be too concerned about overtime. That's definitely not something they'll be contemplating heading into this matchup. It should just be much the same. AP have shown that even against lesser opponents this stage, they've been very clinical in their approach. Their only blemish this stage has been that surprising 2-7 loss to Chiefs. Outside of that, it's been very smooth sailing.
Yeah, I mean, they are the best team in the region, and for them, it's just a matter of course, getting to the busy end of the season, which is playoffs, and then securing their spot in the major qualifier. And of course, they're already secured as well for regional finals. It will be themselves along with Chiefs that will represent OCE, well, in quite a few months' time for that particular tournament. But their focus is clearly on stage 2, getting to the major, building up their form. And I guess in some ways, the loss to the Chiefs is also a bit of a wake-up call that you're not just going to be clean sweeping the entire competition, and the learnings that can come from that game. It's just one loss. It is what it is. And clearly Chiefs got themselves amped up for that particular game and wanted to get some revenge on Enterprise and sort of flex their muscles a little bit. But the response from Enterprise and poor old TSG yesterday copying the brunt of it, because that was, of course, yesterday, the Enterprise's first game back after that loss. They had to bye immediately after their loss. So, I mean, in theory, yeah, they lost to Chiefs, but then they had a week's break. Like, I think that's probably a good thing for them, taking the loss into that break, learn from it, adapt, come out on the other side 7-0. And we'll see if they've got the same firepower now in this game today against Outlast. Again, Outlast don't really have anything to play for. They're already in playoffs. Yes, in theory, a win could see them move up a spot here or there, but it's largely inconsequential. It's not going to change anything for them.
Yeah, we'll jump across to the map Veto. I'm presuming it's ready for these two. Be pretty intrigued to see what kind of map we'll head to for this one. I suspect it will be one of the staples. I don't suppose Outlast are going to fancy their chances on one of the more obscure picks. I'm thinking something like, I was going to say maybe a Clubhouse would be a safe bet here. It ends up being the lair. Now, had this have been stage 1, this would have been quite the shock. We didn't see it played at all, but it's been certainly a favoured map here in OCE for stage number 2. And it's really going to test the attacking mettle of both teams. Outlast have the advantage of starting out on defense, and we'll see if they can build a little bit of momentum. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that anything less than probably a 4-2 half defensively will be pretty difficult to play into for Outlast. So there'll be a big emphasis on every single round here that they can try and find some success.
Yeah, both teams have played Lair once so far this stage. Outlast lost to Ludovica on it. They got obliterated in the first half. It was a defensive masterclass by Ludovica. They had a 5-1 lead. Outlast did get 3 defensive rounds themselves, so clearly can play the map defensively. As for Enterprise, all the way back on player there too against Ludovica as well, 7-2'd them with a 5-1 defensive half themselves, and then got 2 attacking rounds from 3 overall played. So naturally, going to a map like Lair, when you look at those 2 results in a vacuum, it really is going to be Enterprise as the absolute firm favorites in this game. But again, the addition of Neptune, there's also no real pressure at all here on Outlast. They can go in, have a bit of fun. I'm sure we'll see some banter in the chat from both teams. Enterprise know full well, they only need the 1 point to secure the top spot. And even if, for whatever reason, hypothetically, Outlast pull off a miraculous result here, Enterprise would still be the 2 seed anyway. And you still get that little bye to start the playoffs, and it all kind of just continues pretty much as normal anyway.
Kayed Bandit, Thermite Ace off the board. I don't know why poor JK is copying strays in the chat. Hope he's doing alright. Second floor, the first side of choice. And again, a big emphasis here on Outlast being, performing as highly as they possibly can. Attacking into lair against EP is going to be a real challenge, and so those rounds will come at a premium. They have to stack as many as they can here defensively. Can really make Enterprise work for these rounds. Neptune in the lineup could be a threat. As highlighted in the pre-show, had a massive performance in his last outing, his singular outing for the team this stage. If he can find anywhere close to that success here this afternoon, it could be the difference maker in leading to an interesting matchup.
5 seconds left. Jammer ready. Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
These are always the curious games for me, because you get these moments. You get these kind of
round over.
Yeah. You can see Gooft is just sort of ready for that run out. It's like Outlast, again, are going to be able to just treat this in 2 minds. They can either treat it really serious and say, let's test ourselves here against Enterprise and see where we really stack up, or they can just have release the shackles and just be like, we're going to try, but let's try in a fashion that they might not expect and be quite cheeky, and that is a very cheeky start to the round.
Yeah, it'll take something pretty remarkable from here in a 3v5 for a top floor attack if EP are to reel it back. They still have gunners up, most notably Bappin and Tuhan. Relays as well convert below on the buck. Outlast, though, should be able to hold on. That being said, Palarazi was caught in a pretty advanced position. And this step below from Relays could be enough. Counter utility deployed from Gooft, as Relays does actually find a kill. 3 versus 3 now. And it may not be round over.
Well, the talent on this Enterprise lineup, they can be 2 players down, and yet you've still got 3 absolute top fraggers to try and claw this round back. Now it's just a straight borderline 3v3, very winnable for Enterprise. And now it's just about getting back into your system. You got a whole minute left into the round. Don't have to rush. Neptune trying to delay with the Shamika launcher, tagged up heavily. Nice job from Bappen. No gas babes remaining, by the way, for Trippin. Very much low on utility here, Outlast. Schmeckle Launcher still has 10 charges remaining. But Neptune is low on health and tucked into the corner of office. Bappen opens up the door and says hello to Goofed. We don't see the Riora make all that much impact at times, but in this case it did. But Trippin and Neptune able to now regain the advantage here. Zuhan low on health, and Neptune will put an end to the round. They deserved the round win, to be honest, off the back of the opening portion of the round. Ultimately, they do confirm it. Outlast will take the opening round against Enterprise.
A good start to the round. Big aggression from defense. And Enterprise were able to isolate those defenders. They bring it back to a 3 versus 3. Relays is really effective down below on Vert. But that final little part of the push where that just looked like they were starting to expose our 6 room didn't quite pan out. Deployable shield was still staying in the back line as well. Found a bit of momentum for the defense. And so Outlast able to close out the round. Player as well able to rejoin the server, and so we continue into round 2.
Saw a comment there about first-time playoffs, of course, for Quixie, Palarazi. They finished in the bottom 2 in Stage 1, the previous iteration of Outlast that they were a part of. Of course, King being Quixie.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds left.
Well, already done better today, Outlast, than what we saw from TSG yesterday as they got 7-0, so already one on the board. And to be fair, you don't really get too many of those sort of rounds. Now Enterprise will be a little bit more switched on, like, okay, these guys are going to be cheeky. Bappen turns serve. Kill onto Goofed early in the round, trying to play an aggressive position. Bappen just goes and picks up the pace and says, all right, let's play this game if you want to play this game.
Yeah, good work from Bappen there, just playing the repel angle, able to catch Goofed early. We saw Enterprise recover a 3-5 deficit in the prior round. Now we'll get to see how they're able to manipulate an advantageous position. Starts to look a bit scary for Outlast. Relays on the lurk. Bappen on the direct contest into this mirror window. Player, meanwhile, was a moments away from finding that pinch, but Tuhan found the kill in the meantime. So the remaining pieces of this defense now on the first floor with little retake potential. And plenty of time on the clock for EP.
The pacing has changed dramatically in this second round. Enterprise are very good at being able to control and dictate how they want the game to be played. Yesterday it was all fast-paced, guns blazing, really get in and out of the server as quick as possible. Well, it's really taking their time on the approach. Fisher got caught by the nitrocell of King. But player finds the pixel angle. Wonderful headshot to get the trade. Trippin now feeling a little bit of pressure. And Relays peeks the doorway into medical. Palarazi will get the swing off the mirror window. But he's now got to transfer himself to the other side of it. Essentially surrounded from all avenues, all angles, and Relays to get the finishing kill of the round. 1-1.
Yeah, it'd be super, super important going forward. Outlast do not forfeit easy advantages early in the round. EP are not very susceptible to throwing those kinds of positions. Did a really good job, as you were alluding to, dictating tempo in the round. Relays were so patient over on that Nook lurk, and that paid dividends, and the rest of the pinch on those remaining defenders was multi-angled and really well executed. So good work there from EP, hitting the scoreboard. Outlast to head over to the tertiary of bunks for the final round before we get an additional ban per side.
Attackers have located a bomb. 10 seconds to insertion. 5 seconds to go.
Activate jammer.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Remember everything I
It looks like AP as well are going to go for the sense-centric hit for this particular objective. Typically used to facilitate the bunk plant position, and also means that they're unlikely to heavily contest the vert up above. Outlast then will need to be mindful of that and ensure that they are still able to deny that space if Enterprise end up going for it. It's a pretty expected hit. A lot of teams are doing it at the moment, so Outlast should be ready for it.
Unless the Outlaws do get a win in this game, it looks as if their matchup will be Chiefs to begin playoffs. With Neptune's addition to the lineup, though, I think there's a bit more firepower for Outlaws. They could cause an upset. So this is a really good game for them to essentially warm up for playoffs. Looks like they're definitely taking this seriously against Enterprise. And then, why wouldn't you? In theory, it's like a glorified official scrim against the best team in the region. Really, really good opportunity. Big pick from Neptune on to Tuhan. He's been such a big addition to this Outlast roster. Has really seen them rise up a level since being brought back into the lineup. 1 for 1. Tuhan and Neptune both out of this round now. 4v4, just over a minute left. Control for Enterprise around the map starting to become established. Fisher Guy into bunks. He goes. Lots of information here for Quixie. And spots Fisher Guy through the floorboards. So denies that plant from going down. Relays is able to quickly collect the kit. And we'll go for the reposition. And I imagine they might go for a bit more pressure up above.
Yeah, now they need to go for the vert clear Enterprise with that snappy rotation. But maybe a case of too little too late. Marty Dom there from player. Leaves Bappin now in the 1 versus 3 as Relays falls. Finds one, but now low on HP.
Needs to find a way to isolate, create these 1v1s, and it's possible as they're on different floors, and he hits the headshot onto King. Trippin does have a nitro, which he could throw from below. Has the yellow pink information, and Trippin has been spotted and should have probably been killed. Big missed opportunity by Bappin. Big nitro from Trippin. And Outlast will get a second round. He had the ping, he had the vision, he had the shots.
Didn't have the HP though, in the end. Although it may not have mattered. I think that nitro would have been pretty chunky regardless.
Well, that nitro was like right underneath him, so yeah.
I think he was cooked. Well, Outlast keeping things interesting. Good plant denial and then good effort up above to maintain vert control as long as they did. Azami and Grim, the final bands of the half as we rotate back to second floor. Replay package of the prior round. Crixie found this line of sight, aided by the scan. Relays got caught, didn't know Trippin was close. Bappin with his best clutch attempt. Brought it down to a 1 versus 1. An awkward little engagement, but the nitro good enough to seal the deal.
You just get the feeling, I know it's only early days, 3 rounds in, but this feels like it's going to be not an easy time for Enterprise. They're going to have to really work for this win. Again, remember, if they get no points from this, if Outlast do in fact go and win this in regulation, Ludovica will be the group stage champs. They will be the #1 seed going into playoffs.
5 seconds left.
Enterprise would be tied on points with Chiefs going into playoffs, but they've got round differential. In head-to-head terms, Chiefs have that after their win.
staying close to me. We can push forward!
So Fisher then taking ground over towards the Skybridge portion of the map. Not a ton really happening at the moment, just clearance forward, scouting info. Defense to peel back. Fisher now with pretty good insight over towards the objective though, and can begin to apply pressure and really information critically across to relays. Again, down below on the vert. Can clear the deployable shield and a couple of other power positions from below. Rayora in play too, so Bappin can establish that foothold and cut that site in half like he did last time. I quite like the setup from AP, leaning into fundamentals at the moment and trying to squeeze Outlast out of the site.
Relays finding the angle, hits the headshot onto Quixie. From that angle, from that position. Fisher guy thinking about moving a little bit more forward into the site, but they haven't dealt with the mirror window. 2 nitros available for Outlast. Down a player now. Relays to pop the window from below. Will do so successfully. That opens up. And the Rayora gate temporarily has been closed and reopened by Fisho. Makes his way into R6, looking for the plant. Again, there are nitros. Palarazi thought about it for a second and instead hits the headshot onto Tuhan. Gaspade thrown out by Trippin. Goof will fall. Fisho does not feel comfortable to go for the plant just yet, but now he probably will as his team gets around him close to the site. That plant will go down successfully. Outlast never even got an opportunity to get those nitros into play. Another pick for Palarazi, but Trippin then loses his life. There is said nitro. Palarazi does kill Fisher guy, deals with the Montang. It's a 1v2, but he can make it a 2v2 with the revival of Trippin, which he will go do.
I mean, doable here for Outlast, but an outside chance for sure. Both so low.
Palarazi opens up the hatch. Bappin top floor, can swing
10
horizontally.
seconds.
10 seconds, got to get on that kit. Relays and Bappin both find their ones. Well, Scrappy, and to be fair to Outlast, they're really making Enterprise work for this. 2-2 all tied up on Lair.
Just again, pretty clinical across the board there from the early to mid round from AP. We didn't see any, one big individual from Outlast have a round defining play there, unfortunately for them. Down to basement now, round 5. It'll be the first appearance of this site in this matchup. So kind of take stock at how things are shaping up at the moment. Close match between these two, and Enterprise off the back of that round though, second for the half. That's a pretty good benchmark for them to hit. I said during the map veto, the pre-show, that I don't really see Outlast having a high rate of success with any less than 4 defensive rounds here. So these final 2 critical in reaching that benchmark. At least that I think they may be able to defend that position. I don't think that attacking with any less on the board though into a lair will be too successful against an AP that look okay today.
Well, early.
That's a good way to kick things off though.
Yeah, early way to start the 5th round. Goof with the kill onto player. I've seen a couple of times in this game some really early opening kills. But a lot of the times the early opening kills hasn't translated into quick, fast-paced rounds. They had 2 minutes 40, 2 minutes 46, and that one was about 2 minutes 45. 3 of the 5 rounds played have seen, some really fast starts. That's Goof's second opening kill this game. Bit of an up and down kind of stage for Goof. You never know really what kind of Goof you're going to get when you hop into the server. If he's going to destroy you or have little impact, it feels like it's either one or the other. One thing about Enterprise, though, they never seem to panic when they do lose a player early.
Stay close to me. Drone's ready.
A little live drone here for Bappin.
Bappin has looked quite dangerous in this matchup. I don't hate the idea of live droning him forward or even live feeding info from Fisher on the Monty. Tuhan has the supporting utility as well with the bolts. And it's going to be a stack here from EP. Warehouse side across. Still 3 players above for defense, so vertically they're going to be essentially unchallenged.
Getting low on time in the round now for Enterprise. Fisher struggling to push forward deeper into side. Bappin, who has been influential, loses his life. Tuhan trying to find that pixel gap, accidentally steps into the fire. Yeah, I mean, the round's done. Really nicely worked by Outlast. Enterprise never even looked likely this round. Tuhan will at least deny the flawless. And as soon as he goes for the cross, Palarazzi well positioned. Off the sound cue, easy swing with the shotgun. A third round acquired for Outlast. They continue to just hold the edge here on Enterprise going into the final round of this half. But they cause a little boil over to close out group stage for our final game for OCE group stage. Of course, Enterprise have that round differential over Chiefs, so they do lose this in regulation. It will be still second place. And at the end of the day, if it were to happen, I don't think they'd be too concerned first, second, going into playoffs. Largely irrelevant, probably, in their eyes. I think you would have less concern about the actual outcome of losing this game and probably more just concerned about they lost the game. And the fall line going into playoffs. The irony, though, of course, is that content piece with Bappin saying he wouldn't be happy with second place.
Nor do I think they really should be. They probably do believe, and I think rightly so, that they are, by some margin, the best team in the league, but you have to back that up with performance. And sure, it is only a group stage and you're still top 2 seeding, but I think it would be nice for them to finish top in the group stage, clean sweep the bracket, and then really properly cement themselves as establishing a bit of a run of form here in OCE, being that next sort of team in line in succession to take that position. Big round here, final of the half. Outlast, again, in my eyes, need 4 here. If Enterprise can deny that, it will be very difficult for Outlast to find enough on attack, I think. They can be challenging at the best of times, and EP will be relentless defensively. No spawn peak attempts, or at least none successful here in round 6. Goofed left on the roam on the Vigil, rest of the team playing site.
Player with another frag grenade kill. That's his second one in this half alone. As is always the look over at the opening kill statistic, and so far 100% conversion rate. Oh, player. Good shot on to Quixie, and it's going to be surely another opening kill converted. Goof does fire back, keeps the round alive on the Vigil, shuts down relays on the Deimos. They desperately will need this next kill, though. Traxting is somewhat dealt with. Bappin to fall as well by Neptune, who's gone a little quiet in the last couple of rounds after starting very lively. Tuhan will shut him down quickly, though. Keeps the advantage for Enterprise. Tuhan very low. No kills yet either for Fisher, and while he can facilitate by getting the plant down and playing the Blackbeard, he might be needed to get the kills. No, he's got Zui just for that reason alone. Plant down, shield up. 1v3 for Palarazi. And Tuhan plays the deployable shield perfectly. It's a 3-3 half here on Lair.
Yep, and EP then walk away with the slight benchmark advantage over now to defense. And we'll see if they can potentially run away with this matchup. Outlast may have what it takes here on attack to play pretty explosively though, so EP will of course need to be respectful of that. Blackbeard Kaid off the board, and that is to be followed up by Thermite Bandit. Lair and OCE has been played 4 times heading into the night. Defensive win rate of 56.8 puts it 3rd overall, trailing slightly behind Consulate. And then as expected, Skyscraper way out ahead at 72.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Reloading! All done. Banshee deployed.
Yeah, and it was the attack for Outlast against Ludovica that really let them down on their game on this map. They actually defended 3 defensive rounds against Ludovica, which is what they were able to do here against Enterprise. So now attacking will be the difficulty, especially when you kind of look at top floor, Master and R6. Enterprise with the best lockdown player in Fisher Guy. I'd love to see like Fisher's KD between attack and defense, because on attack he's more the shield and planter, right? So he's not really ever primarily thinking gun up, but on defense he'll play the closer angle position, smoke, shotgun, etc., and he's more prone to them being able to get kills. This is going to be a difficult task for Outlast in this half now. Quixie on the blitz, which will be more for the late round or clearing out a position like Mezzanine. Aggressive position from Tuhan.
Changing mags. Loading mag. Setting up a sequential breach. Loading new mag. Drone ready.
Yeah, Tuhan here on the Skybridge lurk. This is a pretty precarious position to play long term, but can just chip away at drone utility for now. And able to get back over towards storage side. Opens up the map now for Outlast to take ground. Quixie will spearhead that with the blitz. Diffuser in the hands of Palarazi, who is following. And so indicative that it will probably end up being an R6 hit here. They have Goof down below on the bark, much like Relays played that role for EP. Impact's effective.
Oh.
And so too the smokes. Wow, he almost died there.
Good combination.
Really good util layering. Yeah, and it does also mean that the Legion now is really in play. A player can just stack that util on that storage side, and the blitz is going to be very, very difficult to now be effective. Very likely to die.
Yeah, the win con has to come from outside the blitz now. Someone like Goofed here on the bark from down below, open up the vert, try and find a pick, which he had the opportunity there against Tuhan. Relays then comes and finds Goofed, deals with the buck. Opening kill advantage now for Enterprise. Outlast's attack is now looking to dissipate. Neptune does give them a big reprieve. Trippin though caught in a tough position, couldn't fall back to safety. Tuhan didn't allow it. Neptune just kind of forced to push forward. Oh, big kill from player, and he's played that so well. Logic bombs were ringing, but he was standing on a mute jammer. I just wonder if Neptune wasn't fully aware of that. Maybe playing off of the sound cue, and by not hearing it, didn't anticipate the swing. Really calculated play from player, and that's round done. Enterprise will take the lead, which will be their first lead of the match, guys.
Yeah, it's a little weird to hear that aloud. But a good defense there from EP, and it was really started off the back of that util layering onto the blitz by combining the impacts and the gas babes. Quixie was taken so low, forced a pretty janky pivot there from the attack, but EP were ready to capitalize. That blitz was no longer a win condition for them. Basement to follow, as anticipated. Enterprise looking to extend this lead.
Deploying explosive ordnance. Explosive ordnance is ready. Vulcan set up and ready.
Yeah, first time as well that in this match, a team, either of the two, have been able to win 2 rounds in a row. Enterprise, of course, winning the last of the first half and first of the second.
10 seconds left before insertion.
It's still at that 100% opening kill conversion rate. Fisher still yet to find a kill.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse.
Plays such a selfless role though. Team first, IGL to the truest degree. I feel like internationally though, he actually, and I might be just kind of you know, speaking without really looking at the statistics, but internationally, I feel like he does actually find more kills than he usually does locally. A lot of the times I find that we kind of just sitting back saying, well, he doesn't usually get kills, but yet he's getting kills. And it might be a case of he's got the experience, might put more onus on himself to go and potentially get kills or put himself in position to get kills. It's not as if he can't get the kills. He just really doesn't need to. You got 4 fraggers on the team. His sole focus is to play the defensive style of Siege.
So it's horizontal here from Outlast. Again, emphasis on shield play. This time the Monty. Quixie able to push forward and pings out Tuhan in lab. Fisher though will be able to push him back in a moment's time with gas babes. No threat of the impacts close by. It is just play with those in the pocket elsewhere. Fisher does fall. So the stalwart on defense, first to fall here for EP. At least Tuhan does immediately trade with the Nitro.
And they will have to break this opening kill streak as well. Enterprise if they're to win this round, despite getting the quick kill back. I guess you could theoretically put that down to a trade. Opening kill trade. It was pretty close. Just over a minute left here for Outlast, trying to play off of Quixie through lockers. Goof to go a little bit above. This player is inside of Armory. Might come down to those two, but he drops. Falls back to site. Outlast have got full vert on the first floor, along with good pressure now horizontally. Goof is in a good spot.
Yeah, that's good from Bappin. Opportunistic swing, 3 versus 3, but the shield pressure persists here. Double Nitro still, oh pardon me, double impact still available for player. We'll see if he can use that as counterplay. 30 seconds.
The problem is now that you've lost a couple of your guns that were behind the Monty, so Quixie now feels more prone to pulling the pistol out and hits the headshot onto Tuhan. Goof then to follow up as well. Quixie going for the plant. Palarasi is still low. Here comes the demon. Trying to find the angle onto the headshot of King. Unable to do it, but he almost got that down. A little 360 spin from Quixie. Full sprint run at Palarasi, but then the pistol from the Monty. Well, that was a little bit messy at the end of the round. Certainly opportunities there for Bappin, but couldn't quite get it all the way done. And still that opening kill metric is at a 100% conversion statistic as we head to 4-4.
Yeah, with Fisher dying early on into the piece and play a long distance away from the Monty, they didn't have many great direct tools to deal with the shield. And it gave Quixie a lot of freedom to relay information, then, you know, bolstered with confidence, was able to find kills with those defenders being displaced and under so much pressure. That was really well played in the end there from Outlast. Certainly far more effective than the Blitz was on their previous attempt on the top floor. And so now round 9, final of this initial rotation. Bunks in play. This is really going to test Outlast, one of the more difficult sites traditionally to attack into. They're not going to lean into the sense meta that we've seen develop recently. And so I wonder if that's maybe indicative that we'll see a greater emphasis on clearing vertically and contesting this hold above.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
I mean, this has definitely turned out to be a far closer affair than what I originally imagined. Again, Outlast have nothing to gain really from this match. Enterprise technically do, but it's like we're talking very fine margins here. 1 seed, 2 seed, largely irrelevant. Which, I mean, for Enterprise's sake, I guess they could always just sort of turn around and be like, well, a bit of a dead rubber kind of game. We didn't really need to play at 110%. But I think that would be a cop-out and an excuse to deny what Outlast have been doing so far in this game. And it sets Outlast up really nicely going into playoffs from here. Their win yesterday and the dominance of Neptune and his return, really competitive here against Enterprise. I think it's just going to get their tails up. Heading into what will be a big series against Chiefs. That's winnable if they're playing like this.
Dark Horse, at their best, they can beat a couple of the teams surrounding them in playoffs for sure. Could be very interesting if they catch the likes of a Chiefs on a bad day, or even just a slightly off day. That could be quite the best of 3. So Ying pre-cooked above, R6 room the target. Maybe that's a distraction to pull resources also. Palarizer does have diffuser outside breach, will run straight forward and goes for the plant. Directly though in that gas babe, he gets caught, forced to vault. Player is very eager to find this kill, but can't quite see him.
I think you're 100% right.
Even though he's there?
Candela's above were the distraction, and Palarazi was able to then just kind of actually go for the hit site. The gas babes from Fisher Guy were absolutely perfect. He's got no more remaining though.
I don't think player knows that Palarizer is in this position. Surely not. 2 focus breach and doesn't know that one snuck in. I don't think.
Well, well, the question was, did they actually know player
Oh,
was in
there
that
he goes.
position as well? That's the thing. It goes twofold. Did they have any awareness of player's position? Clearly not. Flawless from Enterprise. Honestly, for a flawless round, like, it's a very intriguing little attempt there by Outlast. It just clearly didn't really work, and if it wasn't for that gas babe and that plank goes down, we could have been talking about a very different round.
Yeah, really, really good plant denial there from AP. And then just didn't rush anything in the aftermath either. They're pretty cautious in their approach. And then able to capitalize as the attack filtered in. 5-4 scoreline. Final bands now. The Monty, and interestingly, the smoke. And I think that's really a testament to the amount of impact that Fisher can have. While statistically, on the scoreboard, he's still 0-6. Is he? Is that actually correct? Or is that not updated? Well, I've got him listed as 0-6. Literally getting hard target banned. So yeah, he's 0-6 and getting target banned. That's crazy. Obviously, in general, the smoke is very powerful, but in his hands, we've seen a couple of times now just how impactful it's been.
So 5-4 up for Enterprise for what's been a testing game. Time and time again, though, this is when usually EP would just close things out. It's been a ruthless stage from Enterprise. 7-3, 7-2, 7-2, and 7-0, their wins. So, considering, hypothetically, and probably likely, they go on and win this game, it will be the closest a team has gotten to Enterprise without winning. Of course, Chiefs did beat Enterprise, so it's been a commendable effort from Outlast Gaming. And a good team effort as well. No, super big pop-off game. This is not like Neptune's dropping 16 like yesterday, and that's the difference. It's been a really solid team effort from both teams. A really close game. And if it weren't for the historical nature of what we know Enterprise can do, and we were sitting here at 5-4, and you were to not really have any information of history between the two teams, you would say, well, damn, this is a really good game. Could go either way, but expectation is always for Enterprise to kind of get the job done from here. Just slightly taking the edge now on, obviously, defense. It really is still, though, this opening kill conversion at 100%. That is the true tail of the tape. Was the previous round also the first flawless of this game, too. Can Fisher also find a kill? It's not his main objective, but still not a nice feeling being on 0.
Let's see who's nearby.
So a foothold then offside already. Reverting back to the blitz, and in the absence of the smoke, Fisho to pepper in the fire from the Shamika launcher at range. We'll stall out this push for a little while. Does also give some breathing room for Outlast to establish a bit of utility. The Rayora can have impact, tripping elsewhere to find an opening kill.
Oh, well done.
I mean, if the conversion rate is anything to go by, they're now primed to win the round, but I expect some strong resilience and resistance here from the defense. Palrazzi to go deep.
Yeah. Well, that's full mez control now for Outlast, so it keeps Enterprise away from this position. One factor, though, might end up being the time here. Good denial by Enterprise time-wise.
Yeah, the Chachenka's been very effective from Fisher.
Big kill from Bappin, shuts down Neptune. The game has progressed, his influence has waned. And despite gaining the ascendancy towards Mezzanine, it still hasn't meant that they can go and hit the site just yet. Goof to open up. Big kill, though, from Goof. One up close, the Azari. Bappin had to hit that shot quicker. Goof then was able to convert. Still, despite all of that, Outlast are going to take the round.
Nice.
We are tied at
really
5-5.
Yeah, another conversion, really good work. Chippen working that opening pick on the breach. Goofed with a big individual play, immediately peeking from the main breach after the secondary hard breach blew up. He was able to catch a couple off guard there and really helped wrangle back some momentum in the round. So good work from Outlast, keeping it close. 5-5 scoreline. Enterprise only need a single point to win this, so even if Outlast were to win the following round, it wouldn't be the end of the world for EP.
Well, do you want a fun fact here very quickly, so I'm sure we're getting a rehost coming up, but if, it's always the if, Enterprise were to lose this game, they would have the same regulation losses as Outlast. For the stage.
Yeah. Yeah. Bit strange to think about. Yeah, we did see Bappin there running on the treadmill, so he has disconnected one way or another, and hopefully we can get him back in the lobby soon. It will require a rehost, however, so hopefully this pause won't be too long, as OCE continues to be the the region where all the problems continue to stem from. But
yeah, it's fascinating. Usually it's
very unusual.
Usually it's like Asia. I think usually historically that's probably had more of the issues. But yeah, OCE this stage has just been littered with tech issues, unfortunately. Leads us to another break, leaving us at 5-5 when we come back. The conclusion of not just this match, but also the group stage for OCE.
They want me quiet, I amplify. I'm on my way to the best thing that you've ever seen. You know that you bow to the queen. You lose all your senses and reason. I'll give you something to believe. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW, nothing left to prove. So enjoy the view, taking a picture like Malibu. I'ma have you on tiptoes, watching my diamond afterglow. I know you wanna take me home. I'm on my way, on my way. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW.
All right, well, we return to the sideshow at the Tech rehost OCE League.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
I can't believe this is 5-5. What's not on my bingo card for this final game of the day? Suddenly with the way that Enterprise were so clinical and sharp yesterday in their 7-0 over TSG. It wasn't to take anything away from Outlast, but just figured that maybe they would kind of recaptured some of their dominant form. But Outlast have really stepped up today.
10 seconds left before insertion. 5 seconds to insertion. Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
So round 11 then, basement in play. Tuhan actually given the Tachenko license this time out. We saw it employed previously after the smoke was banned out on top floor. As Fisher playing it on that occasion, it actually did offer quite a lot in terms of stall out. But this time around he's on the mirror with Nitro in hand instead. And flicking cams to start assessing where this push will come from. Now let's bring the Ram, so Vert will be key to this particular push. But Relays gets the first kill. And it has been a 100% conversion so far. So you can almost close your eyes, open them in 2 minutes, and expect EP to win this round.
Yeah, but it also, and I had the same feeling in the last round, that at some point that damn wall has to break and it changes tune. Could it happen here? Outlasted a 4v5. Could they get themselves into a match point scenario? There's a small chance of a goof, but that was always unlikely on a running player. Maybe double digits now for Relays. Coming into the round, by the way, all 4 players for Enterprise outside of Fish, who obviously hasn't had a kill yet, on 9 kills. I remember it was a couple of games ago, then it was a rehost and someone made a comment to Fish about the fact that his stats got reset. Well, no one said it this game, but it's a lot nicer when it's 000 rather than 07. The Fish is always the one that gets the last laugh, as his team always usually finds a win. Over a little step on the left side, though, had his attention towards Quixie on the blitz. Didn't expect one on the stairs. That means he's now very, very low on the mirror. Is there a way back into this round for Outlast? If there is going to be a way, you would imagine it's in the hands of the blitz.
Yeah, Tuhan denying space at default side. They may be tempted here to go for the vault into exit, trying to isolate Fish, but he dies regardless. 35 seconds on the board, 4 versus 4, and perhaps the best opportunity for them to, buck that conversion trend with Goof finding another.
Suddenly, the round flips on its head. Logic Bomb rings out, pressure on the Tuhan, Bappin and Relays. 20 seconds, though, still for Outlast. They have to get this plant down. Smoke goes out from Quixie. Has another one available as well. Tuhan getting the Shumika launcher activated. In the smoke, one was spotted. Good information here from Quixie as Drippin can get the plant down. Nothing to deny him. And suddenly, now it looks like a very winnable round for Outlast. Flash, but can't get the connection. But what Quixie is able to do is provide a lot of information and has both of the last 2 players in his sights. Easy information, the live drone. But Bappin still finds the kill onto Trippin, trying to get the feet of Quixie.
Oh,
got him.
No.
They deal with the blitz. Neptune in a 1v2. Spotted a shadow. One up close. That's Bappin. Bappin can't win his one. Relays gets off of it. 5 seconds left. There's no more time. And Neptune will clutch for Outlast. The opening kill streak is broken.
Wow, that's a massive round. And they almost didn't pull it off. Goof had a great position above and had that cross covered for the retake attempt, but maybe caught in a bit of a timing or was in that contest. Right here, you can see him up above, had perfect line of sight, got a kill, but then Relays was allowed to go deep. Bappin turned and killed Goof above as the blitz fell. Left Neptune in a 1 versus 2. Relays, I mean, he really should be sticking there. Of course, he probably still wouldn't have won the round, but getting off was a surefire way to ensure that. Either way, though, Outlast now on match point, and potentially to deny EP from first place here in OCE.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Wow. Well, Ludovica right now are in the box seat for the #1 seed going into playoffs. On a day where, well, it's all quite bittersweet for Ludovica. Missing out on regional finals, but yet may walk away with the #1 seed going into playoffs.
5 seconds remaining.
Job's not done yet, though, for Outlast, but they are on the verge of giving Enterprise their second loss in the group stage. Think back to stage 1, guys. They actually did drop a game early on. And then from that point onwards, they didn't really ever lose again. Funnily enough, that game was against Outlast, but a different looking Outlast. Would be one for the resume, though, for Outlast. They could have a 2-0 win streak against Enterprise.
They also pushed Chief 7-8. They've had some pretty crazy results in this stage. Yeah, wow.
They are the dark horse. They can cause the upsets when they play to their very best.
Playoffs could be very intriguing. I wonder if Neptune will be on the team for playoffs or not. He's been quite impactful in his short burst on the team.
Oh, big kill from Bappen. Well, overtime now looks a little bit more likely. Unless Outlast can do it again. Quixie just forcing relays back. Well, they won the last round being a player down. A lot of the work done was from Goof to Neptune. Goof now has to watch on. Cadella and Entry on the goo mine. Relays with a big nitro, and overtime looks like it is going to be beckoning. Which, if it does happen, Enterprise win this round. They are the #1 seed, guys.
60 seconds now on the clock. EP 2-player advantage.
Yeah.
And Bappen firing. This is going OT.
Sorry, Ludovica, but it's going to be another result that goes against you. So Enterprise will be the #1 seed going into playoffs, unless something weird happens, which it won't. 3 in the round from Bappen. Well, they just flexed their muscles a little bit when they really needed to get that extra point to confirm the #1 spot. They do rise to the challenge. And by confirming overtime, of course, they get the minimum 1 point, which would be necessary to put them above Ludovica.
Neptune. That's pretty funny. I assume he's referring to his own performance there. Of course, came into the day as by far and away the top-rated player in the league. So that'll do it. Enterprise are officially your top team in OCE for Stage 2. #1 seed heading into the playoffs, at least for now. They have the round diff against Ludovica, and at minimum will finish on 13 points. And Tuhan seems to know it just as well as we do.
Woohoo! Yeah, I mean, a solid round. Especially considering the pressure of losing the game and potentially losing the game in regulation, therefore missing first seed. I don't want to emphasize the first seed more than anything, more than just an arbitrary, like, nice feeling of being, you know, quote-unquote #1. No, the difference between 1 seed, 2 seed is irrelevant, but it's the arbitrary nature of, you know, finishing first. It's always a nice feeling, especially for the team that was largely expected to finish first. They get to do that now. And again, in some ways as well, playoffs will be the exact same, guys, where it doesn't really matter if you're first or second. They both do the same thing, which is get you to the major qualifier LAN outside of some of the prize difference in terms of money. It's going to be a fascinating playoffs. Who misses out between Enterprise, Chiefs, Ludovica? One has to miss. One of them has to. And that's not even including then, you know, a super dark horse team like an Outlast Gaming, for instance, to maybe cause a boil over somewhere. You get the three clear-cut favorites, and I think Outlast, with what they've been able to do to close out the group stage, go in as the dark horse.
I just want to see if Fisher guy can get a kill now. No pressure anymore.
Well, there is pressure. He's going to get a kill.
He still has a 33% survival rate despite not getting a kill, which is impressive in its own right.
Yeah, he's got the same deaths as the rest of his team. And he's got 8 deaths. Everyone else has got 8, except player on 7.
Does have a key role again here on top floor, back onto the Tachanka to try and stall time and crowd control. Goof gets the first, that's down below. And again, the blitz to go deep here from Outlast.
Well, Outlast would still like to get the win, so they can claim that they beat Enterprise. It's a nice feeling. Enterprise have not won a round, though, this game when they've had the opening death. That is still a true statistic. I will say, like, Outlast have actually played really, really well here on Lair. It'll be just a question of can they continue to play to this level in playoffs against the other teams. Palarazi going for the plant, but wonderful Shamika launcher from Fisher guy will force them back out.
Bappin now caught. 40 seconds on the clock. Elsewhere pressure mounting from Neptune.
Come on, Fish.
He probably does need to get a kill here if they are to win the round.
They still have Bappin and 2 on alive. There is Bappin. Big pick onto Palarazi. Looking for more. 20 seconds. Time just dwindling down now for Outlast. Can't really push in. Fisho, well, he doesn't get a kill. But he was absolutely invaluable in this round. And has still left Bappin at 2-1 with a chance. 200 in the 1v2. Who's got Kit? Where is Kit? How is Kit? Why is Kit? Neptune's got it at the last second and will stick it. 200 now.
Oh, he's gonna get denied.
He should be able to get the denial. Oh, King! Quixie with the trigger shot. He catches him in the back. 1 more second and Enterprise would have won the round.
Wow. Yeah, really good Fish work from Fish for the majority of that round, installing out time and even Bappin behind desk. Diffuser collected very, very late in that round and opened that window for Tuhan to sneak by and deny, but ultimately denied shot in the back. Outlast again with match point. And they go to bunks for this opening defense OT.
Relays is 12 and 9, 3-2 on entry. The 0.92 KPR. He's got a 54% cost. Fisher guy 0.9 has a 62% cost. Make of that what you will, guys.
Yeah. Been an intriguing game, numbers-wise.
Well, Outlast go defense to try and close this out, win in overtime. Enterprise have done their job. They've done their duty. They got the 1 point that was necessary. But I do wonder, walking away from this game, how they will feel essentially just scraping into the number 1 seed spot. And their form line going to playoffs is a little patchy. Lost to Chiefs. Then the 7-0 domination against TSG. And a very competitive game against Outlast. Win or lose from here.
4 security hard breaches in total here available for EP, using that for a couple of different positions around the map in combination with the 4 impact EMPs in play. Relays again to lurk here on Nook. A fair distance away from any resistance, and could actually end up finding a way to start pressuring site if he is able to get droned forward through that portion of the map, CC side. It's just Neptune locking it down currently. 3 players above. Candelo's raining out. Oh, tripping caught, so too Quixie. Goofed at least finds 1 back, so it's still in the realm of possibility here for the defense, but EP firing.
Well, it looks like 15 rounds will be required unless Gooft and Palarazzi claw back the 2v4. Disadvantage for them for Outlast. 90 seconds. The defense has been picked apart. And by the way, Fisher guy got his kill.
Yeah.
He's on the board, and a double up from Fish. Put down by Palarazzi. And it is 15 rounds required.
Yeah, didn't expect all 15 to be played out in this matchup. Respected Outlast to be a contest in this matchup, but certainly not for it to come down to the 15th and final round of the group stage. EP to call a tactical time out. Definitely not content with losing this match, it would seem.
Quixie, of course, referencing the fact that he on the previous Outlast roster last stage beat Enterprise. Yeah, suggesting they went on to do pretty good things after that.
There's been some good banter in this game.
I am your Kyrop tonight. See what he's done there. Pyro Kryptonite. Probably just misspelled it, to be honest. I gave him an out. Well, it comes down to the 15th round. For the final round of OCE group stage. Playoffs kick off this week, coming. Wednesday, I imagine.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Outlast will be there. Enterprise certainly will be there. Maybe not on the first play day, though. They'll have the bye, being in top 2 seed. It's a good showing from Outlast, though. They're going to take a lot from this.
Yeah, again, take from this match what you will, but I still think that, there's certainly some positives that can be extracted. I'm intrigued to see if Neptune is the one to play in playoffs or not. How they might shape up. If they play at their best across 3 maps, they can make a couple of those other teams pretty nervous, I think.
Enterprise have not successfully defended this site, by the way, which is maybe why they took that time out to just sort of say, hey, let's go here and do things a little bit better.
Yeah, let's play it properly. Extensive hold up above here from the defense. It's Tuhan left on site. Rest of the team on that first floor, forcing the clear.
Ooh, early contact. Good with another chance, but player takes his chance. Well, there is that opening kill, which has dominated this entire game. Neptune to see if he can have a crack at player. Player goes for the swing peak. And then back for more. Ended up tagging Neptune to half health. So far, Enterprise winning the early engagements.
Yeah, AP peeling a little bit, which was spotted there by the Lion player, though. Another sharp kill on for third.
Well,
Yep,
it's all done
it's
now.
over.
Player has stood up in the final round in the 15th round with 3 kills to his name. Flawless from Enterprise. They scrape on by in the final game of the group stage. It's a 8-7 victory over Outlast, the #1 seed, the best team in the region, heading into playoffs. A slight scare and certainly had to play their best. But naturally, they have been able to prevail on a day of total carnage, really, across the OCE League. For Ludovica missing out on regional finals, but securing top 2. Dream Warriors having their dreams snuffed out by TSG. Outlast, of course, very commendable in their final game of the group stage. They're heading to playoffs with a lot of form and momentum. It's all shaping up to be a fantastic playoffs to come. Can't wait for it.
Yeah, it should hopefully be an entertaining combination of a couple of really interesting storylines for the stage, and all really building up to whether or not any of these teams will even qualify for Munich. There's no guarantee in this format for APL that any of these teams will even make it to the major, which in some respects is a little bit scary, but I think also takes an exciting element into the mix for this stage. As we have an overlook of the schedule and how the 3 games played out this afternoon. Ludovica in OT taking down Man LFO, but a result that wasn't good enough for them to make it to the regional playoffs for APL. So that's a huge storyline for them and really dampens their opportunities come the back end of 2025. TSG with a resounding victory over Dream Warriors, good enough to escape the bottom position, the one and only team to not make playoffs for the stage, unfortunately. Dream Warriors, and then Outlast EP to wrap things up. EP just winning in the end, and by pushing that game to OT, they are the top team for OCE in stage 2.
Yeah, a very competitive group stage, though, might I add. A very fun, showing from all of the teams. Unfortunate for Dream Warriors, of course, to miss out after they won one of their games to begin the stage, and I thought maybe there was going to be opportunities for them, but clearly not to be. It came down to that final game against TSG here today. TSG sneak on in to the playoffs for the second time running, as they kind of did in the last stage. Outlast as well, because of the fact that it did go to overtime, crept up into that 4th seed. So we do have the bracket here. So Outlast will take on Man LFO. Outlast will be favorites for that game. Chiefs versus TSG, you would imagine Chiefs will be favorites for that game. Chiefs play then potentially Ludovica if they win, and then we may actually get an Enterprise Outlast rematch as well if they can get past Man LFO. The beauty, though, of playoffs, of course, double elimination all the way through, and the prize being if you can make the grand final, you're off to the major qualifier LAN, which means that the winner of the upper bracket final, which on your screen right now is match 8, will qualify, and the winner of match 9, which is the loser bracket final, will also qualify. And it means the grand final itself, guys, is SI points, which is a big difference in terms of the gap between 1st, 2nd, and 3rd of SI points. Huge, especially between 1st and 2nd, and money. So still a lot on the line, even for that grand final.
Yeah, seeding, I presume, as well for the playoff format as well. So that's going to be intriguing. The entire bracket's going to be, a lot of fun. The group stage, I think, as we learned about the GG disband, we were a little bit concerned that it could peter out and be, pretty much over within the first couple of play days, and we'd have one team, well down the bottom, and the rest would be very top heavy. It really wasn't that in the end, right? I mean, the last day, a really good reflection of that. Ludovica fall at the final hurdle of making regional playoffs. TSG DW was a really impactful match for both teams, and then EP get pushed to OT against Outlast. Like, it was a bit all over the place, and I think a really good reflection as to where the league is at the moment. Come playoffs, I expect it to be refined a little bit more. EP should still be head and shoulders above the rest of the competition, but you never quite know.
No, you certainly don't. Well, what we do know, though, is OCE is done for the day. Of course, it is Super Sunday, so APAC North coming up very soon, Asia after that, and then even SAL after that as well. For OCE, well, we will then kickstart the playoffs on the coming Wednesday, so be sure to tune in for that. But don't go too far. APAC North coming up soon.
"あの夜も 私なんだったっけ見えなくてうなるざとのクラクションだって慣れ